Hey! Alright. Oh, I'm really loud. I'm sorry. There we go. Alright. So, it's just me for a little bit. It'll just be like till 8 or so. So I figure we might as well cover everything that we're gonna be covering. So here we go. Alright, so right now there are 5 states with cannabis on the ballot. And when it comes to that, basically, one of those states, New Jersey, will not be reporting. As far as where I'm getting that information, that would be on this website. There we go. Now I have audio. So yeah, every single... Jesus. Alright, so every single state will basically... This is kind of a breakdown of when every single state's going to be reporting. So we have basically New Jersey. It's going to take weeks, is what they're saying. While some counties may release the first round of mail-in ballots on election night, they're allowed to stop counting at 11 p.m. Eastern, so that is 10 o'clock our time, and pick up again at 9 a.m. the following day. The state will continue counting the mail ballots through November 10th, so it'll be a while, and the deadline by which properly postmarked ballots must be received is November 10th, and only then will they begin to count in-person votes, which in New Jersey will all be provisional ballots, meaning they are checked to make sure that the voter is eligible, so they didn't already vote by mail or anything like that, I guess. So New Jersey is going to be kind of like, we're not sure. We won't be sure until the 10th, so I'm sure Greg will be covering it, and I will be covering it on next Canna-Heads. So, well, yeah, his is going to be on the 12th, so he'll be covering it on that day. And mine will be not on the coming Canna-Heads, but the Canna-Heads after that. So that's kind of when ours is going to be going. So that's when we'll know New Jersey. But we also do have Arizona, and all the countdowns, by the way, are right up there. So you can basically see the exact moment that they're supposed to be reporting. That's not to say that they actually do report at that time. Sometimes they will stay open late. Other times they will stay, they'll close at exactly that time, but they might have problems and all of that stuff. So we got Arizona, Mississippi, Montana, New Jersey's not reporting, South Dakota, and you might be wondering why the North Dakota thing is, because we're also going to be covering the Measure 2 in North Dakota. So we'll be covering all of that. Basically, everything that counts when it comes to cannabis in these states, we're covering. So before all of these states report, why don't we cover what each state is, what they're supposed to say. So we can start with Mississippi, just in case I go long and their reporting starts. Also, as far as election coverage goes, I've been going on all the state secretaries' websites when it comes to the election data, but we also will be grabbing data from the Associated Press, which is what Google bases it off of. So if you ever want to find live data and you don't want to watch a stream about it, even though it'll probably be exactly on that time, you can go and Google election coverage live. This little boxy thing will pop up. You just hit ballot measures, since that's what we're looking at, and then whichever state you'd like, and it'll show you the reporting of that state. Again, certain counties stay open longer than others, and everything like that. In case a county has a problem, they might stay open longer. Totally depends to the state and what's going on with the election in that state. So far, from the looks of it, it seems to be everything is going very smoothly. There's been one state that actually fully reported, and that would be Kentucky. Or actually, maybe it was 2 states. No, that is a lead. That is no reporting. But, oh, it's 16% reporting. So, Kentucky, 16% reporting as Donald Trump, but we're not really covering presidential election. We are, but we aren't, if you know what I mean. The reason why we're not is there's actually the Morning Consult did a exit poll when it comes to voting. Both Biden and Trump voters, 90% of Biden voters just want it to be over, and so do 84% of Trump voters. They also just want it to be over. So I figured this was probably better, a little bit more healthy, more mentally health aware, I'd say. Less insane. Let's go with that. So yeah, this is kind of the reporting that they basically went with. It's kind of also interesting that 27% of Biden supporters are proud of this election, and 45 Trump voters are also proud. I think it's basically a good input as far as how this election has been taken. It's been kind of insane. So let's just jump into Mississippi first. Mississippi has two measures on the ballot. The first one is the citizen-led initiative, and the second one is the legislation-led initiative that essentially doesn't really meet in the middle, is just more of, we're going to trick you into voting for our thing, but really it just kind of screws everybody over. So 65 supports approving the medical marijuana. This is a medical marijuana amendment as provided by Initiative 65, which would allow medical marijuana treatment for more than 20 specified qualifying conditions and allow individuals to possess up to 2.5 ounces of marijuana at one time with a sales tax of the current tax rate of 7%. 65A kind of takes that and it goes to terminally ill patients rather than the 20 qualifying conditions. And they would also, the one good thing about 65A is it would also require pharmaceutical grade marijuana products, so a little bit more stringent testing and a little bit more, coverage as far as the safetiness of it, but there really hasn't been any stories of unsafe cannabis that's ever been sold in the country, so it's a little bit weird with that. But it would also basically be only for terminally ill patients, which seems to be a little bit more, not really well covered for the actual purposes for medical marijuana. Terminally ill, yes, we understand that terminally ill patients, like if you're final stage of life, there's that. So let's just kind of go through a little bit of here's a little breakdown actually. So 22 specified conditions to be established at a later date. For more, 65A does not have any qualifying conditions other than terminally ill. Possession limits of 2.5 per person, 0.5 ounces. 7% tax in 65A. Really the only thing, like I said, they kind of took that and they basically scrapped it and changed it to just terminally ill. And this is in Mississippi, of course. So the 22 qualifying conditions: cancer, epilepsy or seizures, Parkinson's disease, post-traumatic stress disorder, Crohn's disease, HIV. They have even more. Let's just go into the even more. So let's see here. Qualifying conditions. There you go. So Parkinson's, Huntington's, muscular dystrophy, multiple sclerosis, cachexia. Not 100% sure on that name. Post-traumatic stress disorder, HIV, positive status for HIV, immunodeficiency syndromes, chronic or debilitating pain, and whatever, lateral sclerosis, glaucoma. So basically all of these. I'm not going to try to play doctor and say the different qualifying conditions. They are also all on Ballotpedia, which is kind of where I got most of my information regarding these. So if you ever wanted to do any in-depth research on any of these, there's that. So the 33 states and Washington, D.C. have passed laws legalizing and decriminalizing medical marijuana, and 13 of them also have cannabis oil or CBD as one of the for medical purposes as well. So there is that. So that is that. Let's see. Yeah, so it's also said that the first year estimated taxable amount the state would make would be $11 million. Let's just round that down a little bit. With expenses for the first year to implement the medical marijuana program being $24 million. Planned seeds and sale $5,000 or $5 million to licensing, monitoring, and inspection $16,000 or $16 million, and the cost to collect revenue would be at $2.8 million, with an anticipated revenue of $13 million. So, yeah, and sales fee of 7% would reach them roughly $10 million. So yeah, hopefully this would kind of answer the question as far as for Mississippi. So let's go on to the next reporting state, which would be either Arizona or South Dakota. So let's go with South Dakota. All right, South Dakota is kind of simple. Recreational use of marijuana require the legislature to pass laws providing for the use of medical marijuana and the sale of hemp by April 1st of 2022. There are home grow provisions. This is only for if you live in a jurisdiction that doesn't have a retail shop. So individuals who live in a local government jurisdiction with no licensed retail stores would be allowed to grow up to 3 plants. And I believe this is the one where, no more than 6 plants can be kept at a residence at a time. So 3 plants per person, but 2 people tops. So there's that. And obviously the plants would have to be on a private residence in a locked space that's not visible from a public place. I'm not really sure who would want to just throw some out in their front lawn, especially in South Dakota, where that's not really possible, but that's apparently a thing that they want. So that would be there. So that's the home grow provision in there. Civil penalties if a person grows from a public place would be $250. Not kept in a locked space, which I really don't know how they're going to be verifying that, $250. If you grow that has retail stores, unless they have enabled it for individuals themselves, $250. So it's very low civil penalties, and that's not to say that people should. Yeah. Hey, I just saw the comment, I'm sorry. So yeah, there would be a tax on the sales would be taxed at 15%, which is actually a lot. The South Dakota state legislature would also be able to adjust the tax rate after November 3rd, 2024, but is used, so after most of the tax revenue is used by the revenue department, with implementing this, it would be 50%. Remaining revenue would be going to the state public schools. Yeah, public schools. Let's just go public schools, not state public schools. And 50% would be put into the state's general fund. So, yeah. So this is going to be for South Dakota. Let's go with Arizona next. Arizona would be the one that who are at least 21 years or older. A tax on sales, and the state Department of Health and Human Services develop rules to regulate marijuana businesses. This one was, I believe this was the constitutional one. Oh, this is statutory one. Should just put up my notes here, actually. Why don't we do that? I read over them before, and I just totally forgot to, like, just keep them up. So, Arizona would be 21 or older, 6 plants or less in a lockable container away from public view. 16% tax. The tax would be divided between community college districts, municipal police, sheriff, and fire departments, fire districts, and state highway user revenue fund, and the new Justice Reinvestment Fund. There would also be, there's also another proposition in there, Prop 207, which I just sworn I had up. Yeah, Prop 207 is actually what it is. Then why do I have it as 2 different links? Okay, whatever. Prop 207 would also allow anyone convicted of marijuana-related crimes to possession, consumption, cultivation, and transportation to petition for the expungement of the criminal record. This would start on July 12th, 2021. So there is that. It would also require local governments with the power to... they would also give the local governments, like cities, to ban marijuana facilities and testing centers and give control over elements of regulation, zoning, and licensing. So while that sounds scary, I think a lot of counties, even if they have the power to, may realize that, hey, you know, this is this helps us a lot too. So it will help their police departments, sheriffs and fire departments, fire districts. That income is probably very helpful to them, so there's no incentive really for them to banning it in the area, but I'm sure we will see a ban, and the only way to fix that is in 2022, if that's how their elections go. But basically, next election you can fix that. But it's good to have this in while we have the chance. So, yeah. So that is Arizona. Oh, I had this one. I had the other window up. So let's go with North Dakota, and you might be wondering, what the hell? North Dakota? North Dakota doesn't have any legal things going on. I could have sworn I had the Secretary of State's office up. No? Okay, well, why don't I do that? So, North Dakota, the reason why I'm covering North Dakota is not because of cannabis. It's Measure 2. I'm sure you've at least heard of it once. Measure 2 would basically... I wish I had that link to that picture. But basically, why don't I just pull it up from our last stream? I wish I had... Anthony was the one that found this this graph thing. But let's... I'm pretty sure we can do this. There we go. So, previously on Canna Heads. So basically, there we go. This is a better form of it. So essentially, right now, if you have a... This is only constitutional. If you have a constitutional amendment, you would submit it to the Secretary of State. They would approve it. They would give you the ability to go gather signatures. You get enough signatures on your measure, it would go on the ballot. When it goes on the ballot, if it gets rejected, it's over. If it gets approved, it gets approved. And it's said that apparently that is very susceptible to out-of-state influence. I wouldn't say so. If anything, it would basically make it so that only out-of-state influence would be involved, because, I mean, yeah, you have some, like, big money in North Dakota, but you have a lot more big money that would want to be involved in North Dakota out-of-state, and this won't really fix much of anything. But essentially, if Measure 2 passes, which we will find out in probably an hour and a half to 2 hours. Essentially, you would submit it to Secretary of State. It would get approved for signatures. You would walk around, get signatures. Once you get enough signatures, it would go on the ballot. Now, when it goes on the ballot, if it gets rejected, okay, it's over. If it gets approved, it would go on to the amendment would go to the legislature during their next session. They will vote on it themselves. They can't change it. So the excuse wouldn't be, if they made a mistake or if something doesn't make sense on the measure, that they can fix it. They're not allowed to change it. And they would be able to accept it or reject it. If it gets accepted, then it goes straight to law. If it gets rejected, it will be placed on the next ballot, where it has another chance of failing. So you basically would fail one, or you'd win once, then you would get a fail, and I'm sure with that comes the public coverage of the ballot failing in legislature, and possibly the reasoning and explanation. So, like, it costs too much money, or we can't find a good way to get this done. And then it would, if it gets rejected, it goes to the ballot, and then if it wins, then it becomes law after all of that. But your chances of it happening again would be a lot lower, because you've already had the chance for the negative impact being shown to people. Now, yes, that has two hands. You have one, hey, it's a good thing because then we know like what the problems are. Yes, but it also has the possibility of it being not a favored measure by people already elected, but by people who know a little bit more about that specific topic, thinking it's a good idea. Then it has the possibility of them being able to just basically kill it before it even hits the ballot again. So, that's measure 2. We'll find out about that in an hour and a half. We got timers up there. So yeah, let's go to Montana, which will be the latest reporting. Montana's up here. Montana is, so it would be for legalizing the possession and use of marijuana for adults 21 or older, 20% tax on sales, the Department of Revenue to develop rules to regulate businesses and allow for the resentencing or expungement of marijuana-related crimes. I think you're seeing a common theme here of marijuana-related crimes, resentencing or expungement of these. That is the second one of that being out there. I think it was the second, if not the third. So you got Arizona for resentencing, or let's just call expungement laws. You have Montana, of course. This one, or New Jersey wouldn't. South Dakota would. I guess not. So it's the second. So Montana would have the resentencing. So let's see. Let's have a little bit more info. So 21 or older, it would allow individuals to grow no more than 4 plants and 4 seedlings for personal use in their residence. So kind of like what North Dakota had, or North Dakota's measure had, where it's 6 on 6 or 6 on 6. So as long as the plants are in an enclosed area with a lock and behind public view, you'll be able to possess, use, and grow on January 1st. So it would go right away, or at the beginning of the year, whatever. And the You would also be able to cultivate, manufacture, transport, and sale marijuana in Montana with the marijuana provider and dispensary application starting January 1st, 2022. So it would basically bring upon a year where personal use only, and then it would be the retail, commercial, I guess, use. And that probably gives them a little bit more chance to pass different regulations for actually how to do that. It would also be taxed at 20% of the retail price, deducting any administrative tax incurred by the department to enforce the initiative. The tax revenue would also be allocated to the general fund, conservation programs, veterans programs, drug addiction treatment programs, local authorities enforcing the initiative, and healthcare workers. So this would probably be the best use of tax dollars ever. Essentially, these are like the people who would keep the cannabis market pretty much alive. So that's a really good use for that. It would authorize local authorities to regulate any ordinances or resolutions as far as establishment and testing facilities. So if any regulations come through for this, it would also give local authorities the ability to, which is a very common issue that a lot of people have with like the loopholes, I guess is kind of what most people explain it as. They would also allow anybody serving sentences relating to marijuana that are no longer crimes under this initiative or have a lesser punishment would request to be resentenced or have the conviction expunged depending on the circumstances. So that would be pretty nice for that. So there was a medical marijuana law that voters did approve in 2004, and a citizen-led initiative with a 61% of the vote in 2011. The state legislature passed the Senate Bill 423, which repealed I-49 and established a new medical marijuana program that banned medical marijuana advertisements, so I guess that was a problem with them, limited dispensaries to 3 users, and required state review of doctors who prescribed to more than 25 patients per year. That's brutal. Dispensaries to only 3 users? Is that at a time? Or is that actual patients allowed? Because that would be ridiculous. Yeah, what? Okay, now I really want to know. Is that at a time? Like, only 3 can be allowed inside? Where is this coming from? Montana. So it passes 61%. Yeah, I guess I can't really find anything off the top of my head here. Sorry, I don't mean to have a bunch of dead air, but there were many people out there who said that there is medicine out there that is not currently legal. The stricter regulations on medical marijuana are needed, declaring not a doctor. Of course, that's like, if you're starting, by the way, if you're starting a sentence with "I'm not" and then a profession, just shut up then. Like, nobody has ever been like, "I'm not a lawyer," and then actually said something right. Or anything like that. Like, yeah. If you're starting a sentence saying, "I'm not a doctor," then you probably shouldn't be talking. We have heard from doctors and patients that this medicine helps them. Okay. Do we need 28,000 medical marijuana patients? I doubt it. Well, I mean, you're not a doctor, so how would you know? Let's see. The House bill would act as a reform bill imposing strict regulations. Okay. I'm trying to see where... Oh. That's also funny that they have that. I wish there was a way to see. If it's only 3 at a time, like, inside, that's fine, I guess. But 3, like, patients per, like, club, because, like, in California, this is how I know a little bit about medical marijuana, you would belong to a club, and it's basically like you were a patient of that dispensary, so you would go to that dispensary. You could easily become a member of another club type of thing, but you're only really supposed to be allowed to one club, register to one club at a time. And it's just kind of like you go there because like there's more personalized service or something. So essentially you would go to that club and that's how you would do that. So if it's there's only allowed 3 people per club, that's a little fucked. But doctors can't prescribe more than 25 patients per year. Well, they're not prescribing in the first place. They're probably recommending. That's not how that works. Anyway, so that is Montana. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Again, New Jersey, I don't think we covered New Jersey yet. Okay, so New Jersey has the constitutional amendment, legalize possession and to use of 21 or older, and legalize cultivation, processing, and sale of retail marijuana. I think one thing that we're all noticing here is the self-grow, self-cultivation type of thing. I think what a lot of people are realizing that when they had the ability to just have a retail establishment to go to, they noticed that a lot of places either A, had very little retail, B, it was so many roadblocks in the way that even if somebody wanted to start their own retail establishment, it was a lot harder, and it kind of was, in some cases, in some states, had to be top down, so you had to be grower, cultivator, you had to be everything, all the way down, packager and everything, all the way down to your store, and those were pretty much the only people that were allowed to be cultivating. So I think a lot of people are understanding the importance for the self-grow, the home grow. So, yeah. Other than that, let's see. We have the first state coming in 25 minutes. So I'm trying to see what I'm going to be doing for those 25 minutes. I guess we can cover regular election stuff while we wait. So far, let's see. Alright. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. So currently, do that. There we go. So presidential race, obviously, I'm not understanding why 0 are reporting, but it's calling a win. I don't know what happened in West Virginia. I have CNN and NBC, but I can't be showing that. So, I'm just kind of like picking up words. But, yeah, Kentucky, 28% vote reporting. And let's make the page bigger. There we go. 28 reporting, 28%. Donald Trump in Kentucky. Again, this is weird. 0% reporting, but Donald Trump win. I don't understand. You got Vermont 5% reporting with a 68% vote. Biden. That's for 3 electoral votes. So right now it's 3-13. The thing is while we'll see possibly the Associated Press call the vote, it's a little weird. This is weird wording. Nothing I'm going to report on, we're calling. We're not calling anything. We're just showing what's currently out there. I just want to make sure that that's very clear, because when it comes to mail-in ballots, and like, for instance, New Jersey, kind of explained it a little bit earlier, but New Jersey has laws that would basically make it so that it would be like the 10th or the 11th is when we would know. So there's a week left for New Jersey to report. New Jersey obviously isn't, a big swing state or anything. I wish it would just show me how many electoral votes they are. And if people are wondering what are electoral votes, holy shit. Did we just get another... Oh, okay, well, so for people who are wondering, here's what happens after we vote. So you have the state winning a certain way, then you have the electoral votes. When they say 270 to win, they're talking about 270 electoral votes to win. So it's not 270, well, I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. Yeah. So what a lot of people don't understand is, like, somebody can win the popular vote, but that doesn't mean that they win. So if you see a lot of states, that doesn't mean that they win. That's based on the electoral college of that, how many electoral votes that state has. Yeah, I don't know. So this is kind of currently what we got. I wish this was live. It said it was live. Okay, here we go. So yeah, we'll be waiting for mail-in votes on top of that, so we were not going to be calling any states. So yeah. I had hoped to be able to say a lot more, but we got about 20 minutes. So I'm trying to think of what to do next. Yeah. So I had originally planned this stream to start at 5:30. Thank God I didn't start it at 5:30, because I would have even more trouble trying to come up with stuff. Why don't we talk about the states that could have gotten it? Yeah. Let's start with states that had a measure that didn't make it. Because that sounds like a great idea. So, just gonna go down the list here. Arizona has that. Trying to find for this year. So Florida currently actually has a 3 measures for medical and marijuana legalization for 2022. 4. They have 4. So here's just like a breakdown of measures histories. So there are 4 in Florida for 2022. So that would be the primary. I'm guessing these are just 4 different groups. And hopefully they don't have 4 measures on the ballot in a day or in an election. Please don't do that, guys. Mississippi has the one that's up right now. They also apparently have a criminal record expungement and firearm possession, non-violent felons amendment. That's also another thing that I've noticed, that a lot of states have gone with multiple facets. There's some states, Nebraska for instance, that has to have multiple facets, which is a really weird law, by the way. Just a short breakdown of Nebraska. Nebraska had a measure that actually went onto the ballot, was sued. The group was sued to, or the Secretary of State was sued to remove it from the ballot on the basis that it was only based on one issue. Which is really weird, because I think you'd want people to just vote on one issue and not take it or leave it type of situation, where you got one person wanting, like, medical marijuana or, recreational marijuana, but not wanting the rest. So yeah, you got single issue and double issue elections. So yeah, this is I've noticed a lot of things that have started. I mean, when it comes to cannabis, there's a lot of felony records that are on there, so you'll see some that, do an expungement. But to add firearm possession on top of that, that is an interesting maneuver. It has positives and negatives on both sides. The positive being that people who, and in most states, felonies are considered violent crimes, and marijuana possession isn't exactly a violent crime, but because it's a felony, they are barred from owning a firearm. And so you were noticing a lot more measures where they're covering both. So that is kind of a good move there. But also on the negative, because I was talking about positives and negatives, the negative of that would be basically that somebody could be for marijuana or cannabis possession or sales or cultivation, but against felons, because it's a broad term, felons, for firearm possession. So you would polarize more voters one way or the other. So that's the positives and negatives of that move. Montana, well, Montana's up right now. North Dakota has the 2022. This is the ND Freedom of Cannabis Act right here. And then there's also the Legalize ND, I think is their name. I had to actually think of that for a minute. I'm surprised. Anyway, you have this one. So these are the two that are coming up for primaries, possibly. Hopefully, please make that happen, guys. Then you have Oklahoma going for 2022. There's two measures out there as well. A decrim. Such a weird way. A decrim and a legalization. Like, if you're gonna go for decrim, you might as well go the whole route. Like, I don't understand it, but okay. I think Oregon already has one. South Dakota is up right now. Okay, I do have that. Okay, good. And Washington. I'm really hoping Nebraska, because Nebraska's actually the one I really wanted to cover. Let's do Nebraska, because that was a very interesting issue, actually. It, like, at least I covered it a lot. Also, I'm sure you guys have seen the maps. So if you have seen any interesting placements on maps, feel free to throw them in chat. I am actually watching it. I do actually respond to it. So yeah, if you guys have seen any interesting predictions as far as some states that normally wouldn't be that color, go ahead, throw them in, because I am very interested in hearing people's horrible takes sometimes. Donald Trump Jr., he did a Twitter, and obviously it's a joke because he can't be that stupid, but he basically did the world all red, and then like the only thing that was blue was like California. I mean, that is a little funny, but like, fuck. So all right, so this is what happened with Nebraska. Commissioner's announcement. Oh, was it not Nebraska that this happened to? Maybe it was Iowa. I know it was Midwest. Just don't know what state it was. Single issue cannabis measure ballot. I think that's enough keywords for that. I know it was a news article, because we did actually cover it. Mississippi governor slams liberal medical marijuana measure as being driven by stoners. No shit? Maybe we should just do a point where I just react to, headlines. Like, what is this? No, it's driven by people who hate marijuana. Like, what? There are good okay, here, let me see your actual take. Even went off on Twitter on this. There are good folks on all sides of the medical marijuana debate. Most non-stoners say we should be careful and deliberate. Initiative 65 is the opposite. Experts say it would mean that the most liberal weed rules in the US, pot shops everywhere, no local authority, voting against both. Does that not read like a Trump tweet? Everybody says it would mean the most liberal weed rules in the US, pot shops everywhere. Like, okay. Favored by stoners. I'm not really sure where you're not thinking that's the case, but again, Mississippi. Let's see what the most liberal law in the U.S. would be. Not to mention the fact that there are two. So are you for the one that is actually like doing something, or the one that does absolutely nothing and just restricts it to terminally ill? 22 different. Let's see. Okay. Medical marijuana. Most have qualifying conditions. 2.5 ounces is not a lot. That's 112 ounces, I want to say. Let me see. 28 times 2. Oh, it's way less than that. 70. 70 grams. That's very liberal, apparently. Prohibited in public places. I would say if it wasn't prohibited in public places, it might be a little bit more liberal. Taxed at the current tax rate. Okay. Cost for ID cards, capped at 50. I think that's a pretty safe number to set it at. The Department of Health. Like, what is so polarizing about it? On all sides of the medical marijuana debate, be careful and deliberate. Oh boy, I guess we're gonna pull up my Twitter now. This is funny. Actually, another funny thing to do is to look on Twitter of what people say. So this is what you said. I'm undecided on this prop, but what you just wrote here is a lie. Yeah, I'm like not really sure what is so unsafe and undeliberate, or what the big deal is. No local authority. So what you're saying is that the Mississippi Department of Health is not a local authority? I mean, it's not the city Department of Health, like Grand Forks Department of Health or something like that. But I'd say that's pretty local. So yeah, that's an interesting one. I'm trying to find that state. Well, after we cover Mississippi, I'm sure we will find one. What I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to go on a little 10-minute break to find this article. So yeah, we will see you guys back here in about 10 minutes. Because, yeah. Alright. Also, it's not just me tonight. I'm just letting you know. We will have other guests. Anthony will be coming on. And we also have another one that's coming on, Jody. So, yeah, we're getting the 420 Fest group back together. So if you guys liked that day or that like long stream, that's kind of what this is. It's about as prepared as that last time was too. So I'm just making that very aware. But hopefully with less issues. I'm pretty sure I got this all down. Yeah. So we'll see you guys in a bit. Alright. So yeah. We'll be back here. There'll be still timers and stuff like that. So, alright, bye-bye. Hey! Wow, I don't know why during transition it just maxes me out. I'm sorry. It was Nebraska, by the way. Nebraska, this is the news story here. They are going for 2022, but Nebraska did get sued. This happened in September. So essentially what... why... That's all you got for me? Marijuana Moment? Alright, cool. By the way, huge shout out to Marijuana Moment. I'm just saying. Marijuana Moment is pretty much the best source here. You also... Whoop, that's not what I wanted. Alright, so you also have the... what's the name? Leafly, that's another one, but they pretty much get the news from this one guy who pretty much runs most of this. But Nebraska did have a measure on the ballot, and because they have the state's single subject rule for ballot initiatives, so they rejected the argument. It was basically covering, let's see here, enough signatures, but on the same day a law firm called in the motion that the secretary prevented the initiative from appearing on the ballot. They claimed it violated the state's single subject rule, precluding ballot measures that cover more than one issue. So it's the other way around. I kind of had it backwards, but the ballot covered, or the measure covered, multiple things, and yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Let's get into Mississippi, which is somewhere up here. Well, why don't we go to the Google thing? This is South Dakota. I only see like the front part of it. There we go. Okay. They should be starting to report here. Election results. Okay. So maybe it will be through the Google thing. Right now, based on... These are... I don't know how well these are reporting. To be quite honest, I don't think I'd be comfortable with saying that this is the actual outcome, specifically because mail-in ballots. Some states don't have it, or have very limited mail-in ballots, but yeah, so let's just go with Mississippi and what they have currently coming in. Expected soon. They haven't really said anything yet, so I'm hoping soon means like soon. But yeah, so that's what we have so far. So why don't we go back into Nebraska while we wait. I will pop this over onto my main screen, so I have it to the second that it actually does come out. Have it up. Not sure why. So these will be also not like all of them right away. So there's that aspect to it. But Nebraska, let's go back to Nebraska while we wait. So the issue complies with a single subject rule is a close question. The production and sale of medical marijuana has a natural and necessary connection to the legislation of medical cannabis for individual use. Excuse me. That they rejected the assertion that the measure covered unrelated issues. So it was because it had the production and the sale. That was because they had I think they had to sell a home grow in here. Yeah, so it is inherent in the legalization of medical cannabis that someone or some category of persons must be granted the right or authority to produce, sell, and distribute. So essentially, their argument, or the people who sued to get it off the ballot, their argument was it's totally fine to have people vote on the either the production or the sale of it, but not both, because what was here first, the chicken or the egg type of a situation. That's kind of a stupid argument, but that's how they won, apparently. Yeah, so, oh, it won't, so it won't withhold. Nebraska is not on the ballot, so why did it get removed? Oh no, it went to, so the Secretary of State said, you know, that's a stupid argument, and apparently then they also filed, so let's see what else they had said. Nothing coming in yet, by the way. It's updating to the minute, so hopefully Mississippi does this soon. I'm wondering if they are. So they show Kentucky for Donald Trump. I'm basing the guesses of the win to basically if they're reporting or not. So if like a state shows like, hey, they might win, yeah. So let's see what ended up happening in Nebraska. I remember covering this too, by the way, but yeah, here we go. Oh, again, this thing moved by state Supreme Court. So the state Supreme Court was the one who ruled that it did violate the two-subject issue, or the single-subject issue. I'm wondering what the actual, as proposed, the Nebraska Medical Cannabis Constitutional Amendment contains more than one subject. By our count, it contains at least 8 subjects. The court concluded, in addition to enshrining our Constitution a right of certain persons to produce and medically use cannabis under the measure, they would also enshrine a right and immunity for entities to grow and sell cannabis, and in subsections would regulate the role of cannabis in at least 6 areas of public life. These secondary purposes are not naturally and essentially connected to the primary purpose. As such, they constitute law growing. Apparently that's the technical term for that. But I'm wondering what thing is. Either way, they are still circulating. They are still getting signatures for 2022. So yeah. So apparently there was 3 gambling initiatives in Nebraska, and cannabis taken off because I don't know why that is put together. I think he's just kind of showing what happened in court that day between everything that was going on there. I'm wondering what the actual reading of it. Yeah, currently popular vote is very close. So there's that. Nothing yet from Mississippi. This might be proving my idea here a little irrelevant. Boy oh boy, is this the first time I've ever done this before. First results expected soon. Why? I mean, I was saying that, yeah, there's a chance that they don't fully report today. We also do have North Dakota will be next. We'll be definitely covering North Dakota. I wonder if any of their stuff is actually just reporting just in general. Nothing is reporting in North Dakota yet. So, yeah. So, I mean, it is showing this. Again, we're not covering presidential election, but this just kind of will tell me a little bit more of like who is reporting. So it shows Mississippi for some reason winning Donald Trump, but it's also showing 0 reporting. So I don't really believe that. And Mississippi is the one that I'm waiting for. So yeah, this is a little rough to do while yourself, but again, just saying, I'm not gonna be the only one on tonight. We'll have a couple other people. Of course, I'll still be on, but like, I'm just saying, if you're expecting a whole shitload of dead air, don't expect a whole shitload of dead air. There will be more, I promise. So, yeah. Other than that, while we're waiting, if you're in the chat, did you vote today? Let's do that. Did you vote? So, yeah. Also, I don't want to open this can of worms, but do you think Measure 2 will pass in North Dakota? What are your insights when it comes to Measure 2? Because that's a pretty big one. Measure 2, again, let's just explain it a little bit more. Measure 2 would make it so that never will there be a constitutional amendment on the ballot. Simply because it would be worth... I'm not saying as in, like, the people who would be doing constitutional measures would be lazy, but it would be more work than to work with legislature and just kind of cut the whole getting signatures thing out of it. And it would also essentially affect possibly statutory laws next, because I'm not trying to be doom or gloom type of situation, but if it works for constitutional, it's not too far off to say that it would also be something that they could also do for statutory. Simply because we did have a really, really fishy group, organization, I don't know what to call them, ND Voters First, with unfounded, unproven allegations. Let me just make that very clear. Because using a platform that doesn't belong to North Dakota to gain money is not evidence of the measure being controlled by out-of-state money. That was a narrative that was out, saying, hey, it's because they use Act Blue. That is a platform to be able to accept money and donations for your group. Let me just shorten it out. It's a payment processor, essentially. So getting donations is not very easy when it comes to politics, as far as processing donations. Like, getting donations just in general of anything is hard, but getting donations, like processing them, like taking people's cards, you're not taking people's card info. Taking the money out of people's bank accounts and putting it into your bank accounts is actually very, very hard when it comes to politics. The reason why is it's rife with possible fraudulent activity. It has an enhanced amount of reporting that needs to be done. So as far as when, like, getting donations, like, I don't know how it is in other states, but in North Dakota, for instance, if it's over X amount of dollars, you need to have them tell you, like, what their job is, or like where the source of income is coming from, like the job title, essentially, and it has to be over X amount of money, and anything over that, even further, is a lot more reporting as well. So the actual act of taking, it's not as easy as opening up a PayPal account. You have to ask that extra question in the event that the amount of money that would be collected is higher. So you're just kind of being proactive there. And one of the things that ND Voters First, for instance, did was they used Act Blue. And they also had a lot of other evidence. I guess while we're waiting, we might as well. We can actually look at the amount of money, finance disclosures. So why don't we search that? I don't want to report myself. I want to do search file statements. And I'm going to show screen. So 2022 election, committees, ND voters. I don't know where it would be. Contributions. Well, contributions received by North Dakota Voters First. That's the one. So here is kind of what the amount of money that they were bringing in. It was a lot. It was a little fishy. And I also need to bring this over here so I make sure that I get it the second that they report it. But yeah, ND Voters First, for instance, they brought in 1.4 million from the Action Now initiative, and I think this was the one that they actually had the thing that, hey, like, these people are shady because it was the Action Now initiative and it was a lot of money. Again, I found them shady. I found them shady the entire way through. I think I talked shit about them a couple of times. But I didn't have any evidence, so I never actually said anything like with an actual concrete proof of evidence. And I made sure that when I did say stuff about them, that it was alleged, it wasn't true. Let me just make sure that's very, very clear. So they ended up bringing in, well, after everything was said and done, they ended up having expenditures, contributions received. They had very low contributions and very high expenditures, stating that the total amount received greater than 500. They had a $500,000 or $50,000 and a $35,000 donation. So yeah, this is kind of what they were saying, like, okay, this is shady, like, the amount of money going through is a little shady. And I think they were talking about these, like, large donations coming in, like $1.4 million from the Action Now initiative. Action Now initiative, I thought I was talking about Act Blue, but apparently not. By the way, this is pretty much how they made their signatures. This is kind of how it went. I think I've noticed that a way that they made their signatures was running Facebook ads, and basically like if you agree or comment if you agree type of thing, to post up their actual like interactions to really get that ad going further, and also which actually kind of hurts you when you like force interaction like that, but also to get outreach to each of the people commenting and, you know, liking or whatever, to meet up with them to get signatures. I think that's how most of the way they got through. But Advanced Micro-Targeting was the agency that I guess helped them. I don't know. There was a lot of companies that actually do stuff like this, by the way, where they will do the ballot signature harvesting for you. Nothing for Mississippi yet. Yeah, the entire state is everything around them. But this is Mississippi, and nothing is showing up. But yeah, there was that one. We might as well. I wonder if there is a way. Let me see. What would we search? Measure 2. I don't know if there's really a way. Well, if I search one part of it, will it show me the full part? No. Anyway, Measure 2 is actually a legislative-led initiative. And yeah, it's interesting to see. There was a couple of groups that actually latched onto it fully. And the Facebook group that was created. North Dakota Against Out-of-State Special Interests was the name of the group. And they were the ones that actually went to sue to get Measure 3, the cursed Measure 3, Indie Voters First, to get them off the ballot. And now, then it right after turned to yes on Measure 2. And yeah, it's a little also shady that that's how you did that, especially since the group is controlled by a group that is then controlled by 2 people that ended up doing the lawsuit. Yeah, Measure 3 and D vote no on Measure 3. They are the ones who did the lawsuit. Will Mississippi report anytime soon? Because we got 3 states coming up. Wait, we got 3 states coming up in half an hour. So Mississippi, get your shit in order. I don't know. Yeah, okay, so 1% reporting for Measure 1. So here we go. 1% reporting, by the way, so yeah. And then there's 1B, which is the... Yeah, so Measure 65 or 65A is the one that is... Oh, we're reporting here either. Okay. So who's qualifying? 65. Okay, so 65 has 70% with a vote count of 432. And 65A is apparently getting 181. I'm pretty sure most of the people who are voting for 65 may have made a mistake on 65A, considering the fact 65A does much nothing. It limits it from debilitating conditions to like end-of-life care type of thing. So yeah, so far we got 1%. I'm wondering if their state Secretary of State website is... This is Montana. Mississippi's was a little bit weird. Can you tell me? This is the primaries. There's so I think it was Montana. Yeah, Montana was basically showing, starts at 8 p.m. And it updates and it'll show right here, which is really nice. New Jersey, of course, won't be reporting today. I'm really hoping their Secretary of State website would actually show something. Let's see here, election voting. Election results. Oh. Let's use the Google. So we got 1% reporting right now. 70.5 right now. Again, Mississippi, the measure, 65 would be 22 different conditions. This is a medical marijuana measure. 2.5 ounces at once. No public places. They can't really smoke public places. It's taxed at 7% currently, but it would be the state sales tax. There's a $50 max fee for ID cards. The Department of Health is the one that will be administrating it. And the time to be issued would be August 15th. So it gives them a little bit less than a year to get it into the swing of things. But yeah, that would be basically it. Qualifying conditions would be the common ones more than likely. But yeah, that would be theirs. 2.5 at one time. That no more than 2.5 can be provided to a patient in a 14-day period. And the weight limit would not include ingredients combined with medical marijuana to prepare edible products, topicals, and all that stuff. So edibles would be a little bit more controlled, but you got like the time extracts on those, so like you get like a 15 times brownie type of thing, but 2.5 ounces on the actual edible. So that's kind of what we're at so far. Yeah. So at 8 o'clock, we'll be having more people on. If you are interested in being on, we do have the Discord. It's a single-use Discord. You essentially just click the link. It'll take you directly to the voice chat. And it is not really going to exist after today. So, yeah. 1% reporting right now for 70% win. Again, that's only 1%. And as far as what we're seeing for the counties that are reporting, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the lead. But the Association Press has called this race under 1% reporting 6 electoral votes. What are you calling it? Which way are you calling it? Are you just calling it being counted? Did the Associated Press just count it being called? I don't know how you're gonna call it with 1, 2, 3, 4 states showing blue and 1 state showing red. At 1%. Trying to figure out what else to talk about. While we wait, let's talk about news and stuff. Newsy type stuffs. Do they have their own? Oh, they have their own thing. Okay. It's not really showing up. What is decision desk? Yeah, it's not really doing much. But yeah, if you really want super in-depth info, is Marijuana Moment. They do have their own bill tracking thing that if you donate, it's a very little amount of money too, $25 or more. And you can view the bill tracking and info about the bills. Biggest thing that Marijuana Moment has is Kyle Yeager, sorry. He's pretty much the main reporter when it comes to cannabis news. He's pretty chill to watch and to follow. So 70 to 30% in New Jersey, still early, but a good sign for advocates. So New Jersey is? There's no way. There's no way to call it. Because the votes are still going to be counted from the 3rd to the 10th. As far as the mail ballots. So it might start as a win, but it could definitely turn to loss. But that's what they're showing. I know something very important when it comes to calling. I think it's mostly presidential elections, but calling elections just in general is never say it's something until everything is counted or every situation is voted out. Like, there's no possibility for it to go the other way. But I think they're West Virginia with Donald Trump. Let's see, still 1% reporting. Which leaves us with 28 minutes to go till the major 3. That will be when we have the other people as well. So yeah. So with 1% right now, I was kind of hoping it would count up. Like, I wasn't hoping all of them weren't going to be on. But I was kind of hoping it would count up a little bit faster than 1%. I'm taking a wild guess and saying that they probably will be 1% at first, and the next thing you know, it'll be like 20, 25. And it'll blow up from there. But yeah, that's what we got so far. With that, I will be back. Yeah. So check back here in like 10, 12 minutes or so. We'll have a lot more information. So I know one thing I made a mistake of last time was the oh, there's no way for me to fix that, huh? Oh, there we go. Huh? Okay, so back with what we were reporting here. Just gonna be taking stuff from Twitter. This is what this has turned into. Oh, so with a little bit more insight here, they also do have another measure that I'm just interested in. Let's see here. This is on Twitter here, but basically, this is what the 1%, 613 votes reported. Apparently, it's looking good. But another thing that they also have, apparently, is Measure 3, which would redesign the state flag to not have the Confederate battle flag in it. So that's also another important measure, I suppose. Well, actually, all measures are important, but that's another one. It would include the phrase "In God We Trust" and not feature the Confederate battle flag. So that's kind of what's going on there. 18 points ahead of Biden. Medical marijuana in 65, also about 20 points ahead of Biden. So that's kind of what's going on with 65 right now. Again, it's still 1% reporting, but we'll also be having the other things. I completely reconfigured this entire thing that I shouldn't have done. Let's do... What do I want to do? I want to get that out. Need to get rid of that. Live editing here. Since we're talking about Mississippi, we might as well also have the Mississippi graphic that I have sort of done a little bit of. They're about to go with the North Dakota a little bit here. Yeah, this isn't working so well. Sure, I didn't really consider this. Oopsies. There we go. Better now. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let's see here. Are my filters coming in? Okay, my filters are coming in. All right. So yeah, we got 2% reporting. I actually changed now for 65 is at 77%, and 22.7% on the one for what's it called? The end of life situation. For qualifying conditions of terminally ill, so I call that end of life. Probably not end of life, but yeah. So that would be that. Now we do have other states coming in. So we got Arizona is going to be coming in at 9, so that's an hour away. But so basically right when Montana is, I'll be fixing that here in a minute. South Dakota should be coming in soon as well. Those will be starting, well, they started now, so hopefully we'll have answers now. There are no projections for the states that we were supposed to be reporting on. But yeah, we'll be seeing. I'm guessing the local stuff will be a little bit more easier to guess, but you also have a lot more mail-in ballots coming in as well. But you got that, and then you got North Dakota coming in soon as well. So here's hoping for that. So yeah, and also we will be having Anthony come on as well as Jody. So it'll be kind of a less dead air time. So, oh, here we go. We're starting to report. This is a really good view right here. No on measure 2. Measure 2, this right here, while I'm not a part of the, well, why don't I go to, yeah, we're going to do this one. So while we're not going to be, well, I'm not going to be a part of ND Freedom Cannabis Act, this pretty much figures out if there is an ND Freedom Cannabis Act. So this would essentially, kind of what I had the screenshot of, you would get your signatures, and if this passes, if you win that ballot measure, like if it goes to an election, you get more votes than no's, it would go to the legislator, and the legislator would then either vote yes or no, and if it goes no, then it goes to the next election. And what that would allow would be people who would be against the measure to say, well, they said, and they're professionals, so they said no. So it would make it a lot harder for states to, or for us to actually be able to change laws. It would pretty much take away all of our powers when it comes to constitutional measures. So it's not the only way to change a law or to pass a law. There's always working with the legislatures, and there's also getting a statutory measure in, but statutory measure has a lot less protections in place for it. So yeah, that's kind of where that is at. So we're hoping for actually, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty safe to bet here. Everybody at Canna-Talk ND with Wilson are against Measure 2. I'm not sure how else to say it. While it's not that, well, I'm not going to be a part of ND Freedom of Cannabis Act, nor from the looks of it will Greg. We are for the idea and for that measure just in general. We just want them to have the best chances of success. And the best chance of success here would be for a no on this measure. So, yeah, with 1%, this is very good news. Again, with only 1%, and that's, yeah. Um, we have South Dakota reporting at 3%, kind of not having a great time there. 52% saying no for South Dakota. South Dakota also kind of has a little bit of a backwards situation when it comes to them. They're a little bit behind. South Dakota's measure, why don't we just jump through it? There are 2 measures in South Dakota for cannabis. The first one is the Constitutional Amendment A, would allow the recreational use of marijuana and require the state to pass laws regarding the use of medical marijuana and the sale. So it just basically unlocks the key for that, while the Medical Marijuana Initiative, Measure 26, statutory, would establish that system in North Dakota for individuals with a debilitating medical condition. Let's see here. It would limit the amount of cannabis products a person may possess, would be set by the Department of Health. And patients registered to cultivate marijuana at home could grow 3 plants at minimum, or another amount as prescribed by a physician. So it does have a home grow as well. If it's almost like how North Dakota is, where there's a bunch of cities just kind of spread out all over the place, that is a very, very important thing. And if you guys want to see what is a good example of why home grow is very important, you can look at North Dakota during the COVID pandemic shutdown. Fargo had a dispensary shut down. They were based out of, I think it was Fargo. I'm pretty sure it was a Fargo dispensary. They had shut down. They were based out of New York, and they actually ended up getting really screwed over. But the closest location would have been Grand Forks. So people had to drive in the middle of a pandemic to Grand Forks to get their medicine. We're talking about medical marijuana here, so this is actually a medicine at that point. So, this is a very important aspect to that. So, hopefully that happens. 3% reporting in Mississippi, with 76%, very strong for Initiative 65, and for allowing 71%. I mean, these kind of go hand in hand. So that's also very important, and their state flag change as well is a strong situation there too. So yeah, North Dakota, Measure 2, still 1% reporting, but they're down. Thank God. Hopefully they never get up. This is by far not okay. And honestly, one thing that I was very, very happy with was the amount of coverage that Measure 2 was getting. The majority of it was actually mostly negative in the public eye. In private groups and stuff like that on Facebook, it was getting a lot more public for pro of this measure. But some people, or a lot of people actually, when they see something that they don't really know, they don't vote yes. They mostly try to stick to the safe side of it. So the fact that it didn't have as much public perception of it being positive is also adding to that. So a lot of people are getting a lot more information for no than for yes. So that is a very good thing. This, by the way, is not a citizen-led initiative. It is a legislative initiative. So 3% reporting again. We've already covered that. Arizona, of course, is going to be going over here, so we don't jump back to them. South Dakota, 4% reporting, 51% saying no. Not really a good outlook here. But the legalizing medical marijuana is getting a yes. So while we might not be getting a recreational, we will be probably looking at a medical from the looks of this information right now. That's not to say that that's actually, 4% is not a lot. So definitely important to measure or to indicate that. If we're looking at the overall coverage, even though again we're not reporting on this as much, 119 to 92, with what a shocker, Donald Trump winning in North Dakota. This is kind of where a lot of red is. We'll see what Minnesota looks like. But yeah, Florida seems to be going the way of red. So, but it's very close, 51-47 with 90% reporting. So, yeah. Yeah, and this is, I wonder, will it give me per county? No, it won't give me per county. Darn it. I kind of wanted to see per county what it looked like. So that is where we are at. Mississippi, again, 3%. So, yeah. With that, we will be back again. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so just gonna cover it because some people might have come in late. So Mississippi, this is what the measure would do. A 65 would allow medical marijuana treatment for more than 20 specified different conditions. After individuals, or allow individuals to possess up to 2.5 ounces of marijuana at one time, and also be able to tax sales at the current sales tax of 7%, but that can change. Um, it would also, 65A would restrict the smoking to terminally ill patients, and would also, the one positive side of 65A, while it would make it for terminally ill patients, it would require pharmaceutical grade products, and that would basically mean that more stringent testing, and more solid evidence, or well, this testing would be the solid evidence, but it would also solidify the quality, the percentage of quality that would be in the plants, or as far as THC limit, and it would also, for some reason, I'm not sure why they believe this would happen, but it would also require the oversight of a licensed physician, nurse, or pharmacist, um, which, I mean, if you're getting medical marijuana, it would be from a licensed physician, or pharmacist, or it wouldn't be even a pharmacist, but it would allow for easier access, I guess. But again, for terminally ill patients, and it would also leave the tax rates at the 7%, and the position limits and everything like that would be then set by the legislature. So maybe they're hoping for a higher percentage for the legislature, or a higher weight limit for legislator to be able to decide. But I mean, if they're already limiting it to terminally ill patients, I highly doubt that they're going to be nice. And that is kind of what it's looking like. 65 is looking like the one that's going to pass at 5%, though. And that would be the one with the 20 qualifying conditions. So the major key takeaway here is people do not want it only for terminally ill patients. So the next one that we would cover here is South Dakota. South Dakota would then, excuse me, South Dakota would be the Amendment A, which is the would legalize the recreational use to patients, or to individuals 21 or older. They would be able to possess or distribute up to 1 ounce of marijuana, 28 grams, and they would require the legislator to pass laws providing for a program for medical marijuana and the sale of hemp by April 1st, 2022. And that's the one that's not really passing so well, but it's very, very close. We're talking about 600 votes, roughly, difference, and only 8% reporting. However, 26, on the other hand, would establish the medical marijuana program in South Dakota for debilitating medical conditions, which is close to the, well, here's what the South Dakota medical, oh, I don't know, I just limit it, read it while we see. Oh, I'm not showing anything on screen, I'm sorry. Here we go. So, this is South Dakota here. This is Amendment A, would be the one that seems to not be passing so well, but very, very close to passing, so, and only 8%, so, yeah, there's a lot of hope here. 26 is going to be the one that does the medical marijuana for the debilitating conditions, and those conditions would be a chronic or debilitating disease or medical condition, or a treatment that produces one or more of the following: Kesha, I don't know what that means, or wasting syndrome, severe debilitating pain, severe nausea, seizures, or severe or persistent muscle spasms, including those characteristic of multiple sclerosis. And the Department of Health could also add additional qualifying conditions, but it seems to be very well rounded with that sense, so that's good. Patients would be allowed to possess a maximum of 3 ounces, and limits on the amount per person may possess could also be set by the Department of Health. Patients registered can also do home grow up to 3 plants at a minimum, or another amount as prescribed by a physician, which is, I think, probably one of the things that are leading the no votes, and it's a little open-ended there with the amount prescribed by a physician part. But on the other hand, I would say that that is a very safe alternative there, in the fact that it would be a medical professional giving this the say of, hey, you might need more than, what's it, 3 ounces. And that's under the assumption that one plant would make an ounce. It also depends on how good of a grow you are, or how good of seeds you get too. But that's a good thing, but it's also probably what is fueling the raw or hate. But again, very close for the recreational side, so that's also a good thing. I like the two-pronged approach as well, simply because maybe this one doesn't pass recreational, but the medical will pass, and that would then dictate that, hey, there's a good chance that next election recreational could be a thing. And that would then just kind of give it a little bit more of a chance. North Dakota, again, Measure 2. The Measure 2 is basically the death sentence for the constitutional amendments in North Dakota, which is, well, I mean, if you're subs to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, by the way, or we do coverage of cannabis just in general. That's all we do here. With very high production value, as you can see. Measure 2 would essentially allow the legislator to interrupt the whole entire process of a constitutional petition passing. That would basically put them in the middle between voters saying yes and them saying no. It would basically essentially put a death sentence on anything that doesn't have the stamp of approval, essentially, for legislation. And the thing about it is, the one good part about this, and actually I found the graphic as well, this is the graphic here that would essentially kind of explain it a little bit more. You have all of the signatures that would be required to get on the ballot. If it gets approved, the legislator during their next session can deny it. If it gets denied, it goes onto the ballot again, which has a very, very low chance of passing at that point. Because this then allows news articles going against it to happen right here. There's still a chance that a measure would pass, so it doesn't just completely ruin it, but it would essentially, it wouldn't really fix the issue of out-of-state money or out-of-state measures, or measures that are ran by people from out of state. It wouldn't stop dark money. And it doesn't create a conversation with people, and that's the reason why that this is good. None of that stuff is real. The problem there is while it would de-incentivize people from out of state getting involved in North Dakota politics, which is something that happens in every single state. And essentially it would make it so that out-of-state people would have to have a little bit more money, but that's never stopped anybody. Again, what we were looking at, North Dakota Voters First, which allegedly has out-of-state donors and is ran by an out-of-state company. I can't really prove that or disprove that, but that issue is basically they would just have to have a little bit more money. They would just have to buy ad space on the next election, essentially, which doesn't really de-incentivize anybody. So, yeah, this is kind of the flow here. This wouldn't be a good idea. So that seems to be reporting at 17%, 63% saying no. That's a pretty good lead right there, almost double. So only at 17%, but that's at least double, so that is good. 9% for South Dakota. So the recreational, it's head-to-head here. Recreational would be, just to make it easier, 15% tax, 21 or older, and the 1 ounce is the limit. That's probably the easiest one, with the ability for home grow as well, I believe. Yes. Yeah, 6 or no more than 6 plants can be kept at a residence at one time, with 3 to a person. So no more than 2 people growing in a house, which, I mean, I'm sure is not a problem. So that's that. And then you also have the medical marijuana situation as well, passing very well, 68%. And that would be debilitating medical conditions, would allow possession of maximum of 3 ounces for medical, and home grow could grow 3 plants at minimum, or another amount as prescribed by a physician. So that is that one. We got Mississippi, 9% reporting in, Initiative 65, which is the one that we want, essentially is what I'm saying here, would be 20 different conditions, so most medical conditions that are usually approved for medical marijuana, and 2.5 ounces at one time, a tax at the current tax rate in the state sales tax, and 65 would be the one that restricts it to terminally ill patients, but it would also allow or require pharmaceutical grade marijuana products, which most are. So that really just kind of brings it down to only terminally ill patients, which, yeah. So that is where we are at there. Again, 18% reporting, still large amount for no. So thank God. From the looks of it, this is what they're going for right now. I'm not really sure how they're calling so many states. There's a lot of mail-in ballots, and some are being counted, but like New Jersey, for instance, they have 10 days to count. So, but that is 14 versus the 29 in Florida, and then you got California and Iowa as well. So those are like your major swing states. But that lead is 48 to 50. That's a very close lead. So yeah, from the looks of it, swing states are showing Florida 91% reporting, taking 29 electoral votes of 51.3, 47.8. That's not too close, but that's still pretty close. Georgia was 16, going to Trump. From the looks of it, that's only 42% reporting, though. Things can change. So that's your presidential update. I'm not really going to cover it much further than that. So, yeah. Yep, that's kind of where we're at right now. We got Montana coming in 30 minutes. So, yeah, we can also look at if their websites are showing anything of use. I planned out that I would just be taking it straight from the Secretary of State's website, but it's not looking like that. But yeah, let's see here. They're supposed to be updating here throughout the night. Start reporting at 8 p.m. That's kind of where you're at. You're at a little bit past 8. But that's supposed to be, yeah, seems to be the same page. And Arizona, again, Arizona is reporting right now, but it's not looking like they're reporting on their website. I'm really wondering like how all these other news media organizations get this information if it's not from the Secretary of State's website. But so yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. Mississippi, it seems to be very, very strong for medical marijuana for 65 with the 20 qualifying conditions. and their flag referendum, it looks like they might be getting a new flag. But that's not what we're here for. We're not really talking about the flag. But it seems like for either of them, it seems like a very good outcome. 12% though. And for the actual measure for either, they're picking Initiative 65. So seems to be the right move here. So there's that. North Dakota seems to be doing the right thing. So that's good. I'm glad. It means that North Dakota Freedom of Cannabis Act can live on. Because, yeah, this would have been a death sentence for that. And that's kind of where we're at with presidential election. Again, we're not really covering it. So, yeah. If you guys have any questions, always put them in chat as well. So, yeah, I was supposed to be a lot more... we're supposed to be getting more people. I'm pretty sure we will be soon. So... Sorry. So yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go back into break here for a minute, and I will be back, hopefully with people. All right. Hey, I have friends. See? I have friends. I told you I had friends. So yeah, we got Arizona, Mississippi, North Dakota, and South Dakota all reporting. And let's go to screen share. There we go. All right. So right now, North Dakota measure 2 is 63%, 20% reporting. We got South Dakota doing really well here. The just legalizing in just general is getting a yes, and as far as how they would like to legalize, oh wait, that's the wrong one. Okay, so South Dakota is the one that has. Let me pull that up. Yeah, so South Dakota has Amendment A, which would legalize recreational use to 21 or older. Possess and distribute up to 1 ounce. This is the one that would do 6 plants, no more than 6 plants, 3 each in a block space, whatever. So that one is very, very tight, actually. 16% reporting, but 51 yes, 48 no. But it's starting to split off. This was a lot closer a little bit ago. Measure 26 would be the medical marijuana approach, which would do the per person, it would be set by the Department of Health, and the debilitating medical conditions would be certified by a physician, so kind of like how most states go. And they would be able to possess up to 3 ounces, versus with recreational, it would be 1 ounce. That's what I remember reading.
Now, this is actually a really, really cool approach. You know, when you think about legalizing cannabis, I really, really like this because you have a lot of older people who don't really understand the harmlessness of cannabis in terms of danger, but they may be curious about it for therapeutic use or treatment of a disease, whatever, however you want to word it. So that's cool because then you give not only the freedom for everybody else to consume as they wish, but then you also give a whole other track of people, like generationally on a different level, that are curious, or it sounds like something that they would benefit from, but they're hardcore, don't want to break the law.
Right.
You know?
And it also provides a safety net.
Yeah.
That's another thing. That, like, maybe recreational doesn't pass this time, but medical does. It allows society to kind of get used to marijuana or cannabis in society, and then they realize that it's not so bad. And that, you know, in 2022, they would then be able to make it recreational. So, yeah, South Dakota is doing it smart. That's for sure.
Hold that 1 second. I want to catch a grab of that.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And then we also have Mississippi. So just in general, people, as far as 17% of people, or 17% of counties are reporting that 68.5% of people are just for legalizing medical marijuana. Or, yeah, medical marijuana. And as far as how the medical marijuana is done, they are saying that they want 20 different conditions and not just for the terminally ill. To the tune of like 50% down. So people are getting it. That's the beauty of this. Like, this is what that's telling me, is that people are getting it. Also, Mississippi is getting a new flag. They feel like the Confederate flag doesn't.
You know, I don't remember what their old one looks like. I'm gonna Google that shit real quick. Alright, you want to throw that up so others can see?
Yeah. Was it Mississippi, right? Yeah.
Mississippi.
Yeah, I made that mistake before. Mississippi.
I had this super duper redneck friend when I was a teenager. Billy. On his birth certificate, Billy.
Yeah, so this is the current flag.
Okay.
They should have the mosquito.
Right, no shit.
Actually, that should be pretty much all of Midwest. But yeah, so they're hoping for this flag. It seems to be a much better flag than the Confederate flag. But again, that's not our thing. Also, as far as the state, or as far as presidential race, Joe Biden seems to be in the lead here, but it's 48.5 to 50 right now. So, yeah, it's a pretty close race currently, but yeah. And measure two is still 18%, and 62.4% are saying "fuck that noise." And also, exit polls show that um, this is when they ran this exit poll. So this is at 5:15 p.m. Eastern time, so that's like 4:15. They just want it to be over.
Yeah. I was
Which
just
is
talking to my wife about that earlier, where it's like, after 4 years of this, you know, we're basically like, the America you should be afraid of from anybody else is the America happening right now. We finally get to the day, like D-Day, and now it's just like you wake up in the morning and you're like, I just want it to be tomorrow morning and just know.
Yeah.
So fucking over this.
Yeah. And so yeah, Mississippi is at 17, or this is weird, 17% reporting, only 16 reporting on medical marijuana measure. Sure, nothing will come of that. Yeah, South Dakota.
Shout out to South Dakota, seriously,
Right?
like fucking eyes wide open going on right there.
And it's strong too.
Yeah, that's
As far
that's
as
a
medical is
healthy.
strong.
Well, even recreational, more than a point lead, that's huge in terms of
Yeah.
voting.
Yeah. Yeah, we're hoping that honestly, I think it's early to call, but I think pretty much almost every single state that has it is getting it from the looks of it.
Except us.
Yeah. But we're getting rid of Measure 2 by an insane amount.
Yeah, like, but single percentage points are fucking huge in polling.
Yeah.
And it's
This
like,
is
we're
tense.
62 to 37.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Right?
So Measure 2, that's in the garbage can.
And it's weird. I mean, I guess I should check. So New Jersey, their laws essentially state that they have till the 10th to count votes. And so that covers the mail-in ballots. So the reason why it's weird is because, like, the Associated Press apparently has called Biden. 59% reporting the Associated Press has called the race for 14 electoral votes to Biden. I don't know what that's supposed to mean when they don't really have all the votes in. But I mean, it's a big point lead, but still, at least he's leading. So I wonder if I do check. Let's see.
Hey, Beth, when you get a second. Currently.
Let's see what ballot measures. Oh, they are reporting. So New Jersey is reporting 57% reporting at 67% for New Jersey. New Jersey would be the state constitutional that legalizes recreational, persons over 21 and older, cultivation. So I think one big thing that we're noticing as well is the home grow. The fact that home grow is actually a thing in a lot of states, which is very surprising because any Freedom of Cannabis Act, a lot of people are like, well, why do we need home grow? Mm-hmm. So that's interesting. Would take effect January 1st. It would actually be the first state in the Mid-Atlantic to legalize. It would create a cannabis regulatory commission to oversee the state's medical marijuana program, would then also be able to do the recreational program. So they would be responsible for cultivation, processing, and sale as far as regulating it. And it would allow a 6.625% tax to recreational, and would prohibit additional state sales taxes from being tacked on. They would also allow local governments, so like city governments, to tack on a 2% sales tax on recreational. Doesn't really provide much for possession limits or home grow rules, but it's a constitutional measure, so it would be in the wrong place to do that. So yeah, it's also apparently it's the only state legislator. Oh, this is a state legislator measure too, which is very shocking. Yeah, so that's good. That's happening there. I'm surprised that they were, because, like, let's see, what did they explain it as? Why can't I? Do I have to go up to the map? I have to go up to the map, because apparently I can't type.
Intermittently. Can we just talk about the fact that North Dakota is an incredibly red state, top to bottom? Biden still pulled 42%.
Did he?
Holy fuck, dude!
That
really?
is mind-numbing.
All right, let me look.
Yeah,
statewide?
look. Yeah.
There we go. Holy shit!
Yeah, dude.
43.64 right now.
Fargo's where it's at, man.
Yeah, Fargo went blue completely.
Oh yeah, Fargo almost always does blue though.
And
Adams
only
County.
2% for Joe Jorgensen.
Well, fucking dude.
I don't think you want me to go on that rant.
Fine then.
You know what? Fuck it.
Go towards Biden.
Okay.
Let's
Let's look at her stances. Oh god. Views. Yes.
Messing with the blur.
Huh? Oh, is it?
Yeah, Beth back here messing with the blur. I'll unblur you.
No.
Where are her views? Essentially, I just here we go. Would not build a wall. Okay, that's cool. That sounds like a good idea. Healthcare, it would be please fix healthcare. Will make micromanage your doctors. For only. I wish there was just more like concrete, like okay, socialized healthcare. No, socialized healthcare. Yes.
Right,
Essentially,
like,
I don't think pulling out of every
healthcare.
single country, just every single conflict is a great idea. I also don't think that we should legalize every single drug completely unregulated overnight. Yeah, I
and that's not even being a smart ass either. Like, dead ass. The whole point, and specifically I aim this towards law enforcement, specifically law enforcement, is harm reduction, okay? It's not your job as a police officer to keep me from harming myself or whatever I choose to do to myself. It's your job to prevent me from harming another or another harming me and dealing with the consequences or whatever if something like that already happens, which is the point of investigation. That's the primary focus of law enforcement, and we've gotten to such a fucking convoluted point in terms of law that I can't even kill myself without breaking the law. Let that sink in.
Well,
it's true.
I suppose. I don't know, like the whole point of her race, I don't think. Man, did you really have to? The whole point of her race wasn't to become president. The whole point of her race is to have that third option and to strengthen the third option. It wasn't for like she didn't really have a chance to win, but she did have a chance, and she, I think, slightly succeeded, more than other attempts. She slightly succeeded at getting that view out there and people more knowledgeable of the Libertarian Party. I don't think North Dakota is handling it in the best way possible. I don't think that making a documentary should be the point of getting that vote you out, which is what she seems to be going for. Like, one thing I noticed with her when I was like looking into her a little bit was she was a part of, or she has like a media manager and somebody that has pretty like a decent sizable amount of equipment to make a documentary. And I think her biggest thing of when she was making scenes regarding her not being allowed into debates and everything like that essentially ran on the fact of I'm making this drama so that my documentary can capture this drama, and this is what's going to get people to vote Libertarian next year. And I don't think that that's a great thing. It also, like, her running mate was Spike Cohen. So basically, essentially, they're trying to get the voice out. They're not trying to really win. And that is why they're sitting at, this is Grand Forks County. Where are they sitting at in the state? North Dakota, just only North Dakota. Let's see here. Jorgensen. Oh, that's Adams. 2.77%, which is actually a lot more than I expected.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm glad you went through that, because I didn't understand that perspective either. So not only are you helping anybody else who watches this, you're helping me understand as well. I didn't get it.
But I do know a lot of people. I do know a lot of people. I mean, I think most people, when it comes to the Libertarian Party, agree with some of the stances, but not all of the stances. And I think that's the same thing with Republicans and the same thing with Democrats. Like, they do agree with some, like, I don't think there's a really, I mean, I guess if you're, I mean, even the most vocal Republicans, for instance, weren't for Trump. At one point or another, they said, no, there's no way that he becomes the running person for Republican.
Dude, Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, that's what I talk
a lot of shit about Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham, and Lindsey Graham has flip-flopped in some cases, and McConnell has flip-flopped on multiple cases with him. I don't think there's really a person out there that runs or that agrees with everything that their party is saying or doing. But I think that the amount of things that people are for or against of a single party is kind of what dictates who they vote for. Because you do have people who only vote blue, and you do have people who only vote red, but you do also have people who kind of vote for the best candidate on the market. And those people are the ones that wouldn't be agreeing with everything, but the majority of those people are the majority of voters. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There are people, I know multiple people, that will vote for just the strongest candidate. And that's the reason why the debates are so well viewed, is because they're undecided, and those undecided people are the ones that don't belong to a single party. I don't belong to a single party, but I know most of my views are Democrat, are blue. But I think that same kind of view can be also shown to the Libertarian Party, where there are people who might just disagree with both and go with Libertarian. And it's not a throwaway vote. It doesn't really throw any, it's not a vote for Trump. If you vote Libertarian, you're voting for Trump. That's like the most common thing that everybody says.
Yep.
It's just you don't agree, but you also do want to vote. So.
No, and again, thank you for the explanation.
I don't know. My view's not like permanent either, so things might change.
That's how I feel. Is, you know, I used to be pretty hardcore. Like, my mentality was pretty hardcore Republican. Now, like, I would never fucking get on this drink the Kool-Aid, you know, caravanning with flags and shit. Like, that's just absurd to me.
Those are insane.
And it just cracks me up because, like, wasn't it New York that a bunch of Trumpers, like, shut down a fucking highway or something like that?
Yep.
And it's like, every time anybody who isn't a Republican or a conservative or whatever you want to call it, isn't the first thing everybody says is, well, don't they have jobs?
Yeah,
Right? Thank
there
you. I deserve
the
that.
it was on in New York, New Jersey, Texas. Um, I mean, you also have the public freakouts. That's one of the things that I post the most is the public freakouts of people
Mhm.
who like just go off.
I love your Karen videos.
Yeah, like that's probably like the main thing that I do is post people's freakouts.
Mhm.
But like yeah, they shutting down roads and stuff like that. Like it's totally fine to support a candidate and it's totally fine to be for a certain problem, but like don't impose onto other people's lives
Yes.
with your views because that's literally what people hate.
That has been my bullshit all day.
And it's
like,
the same.
I love KX News. Okay, their Facebook. So many people follow that fucking page literally just to talk about how KX is so liberal and always posting anti-Trump and blah blah blah, and they don't. They post very unbiased shit, and it's like I hop on there.
KX will post something that is very polarizing and then just walk away.
Well,
Like
yeah.
nobody gets their comments deleted. They don't really watch it or anything like that to the point that like super toxic shit happens on there.
Yeah.
Like
I love it.
death threats and shit.
It is my dumpster fire
Yeah.
that I watch with a bag of popcorn. Oh, I hate
Yeah.
it. Like it's like my guilty pleasure of Facebook. It's fucking KX News. But
We
my
have a
favorite
local
shit-
one called
Really?
iNews.
Nice.
We have iNews, which is basically he's an ambulance chaser who runs around with a camera and like records like just police interactions and not police interactions but reports on just like random police interactions.
Mhm.
And he just posts it, but like his titling and everything like that is like super toxic. It's hilarious because then after that he like really doesn't do anything, but if it does cross a line then he'll ban you, but like doesn't really do anything at all. But
Yeah. Well, that's the cool part and why it's such a dumpster fire is they literally post anything and it's the goddamn Democrats and whatever. It's just fucking wonderful. And as you said, they'll just post some shit. Like they could post anything. Like, God, I'll find something as an example, but like they'll just post fucking anything. As you said, they just walk away from it. Nobody from KX, nothing. It is just here it is. Now you're on fucking fire. Have fun burning. Like
it's totally boomer shit. It's
Oh, I love
hilarious. Like I don't even think that they know that you can like actually do stuff about those comments, and actually you can get in trouble for allowing those comments, but whatever. So yeah, Mississippi is at 27 right now. Initiative 65 sitting at 74%. The terminally ill version of it is dying, quite literally dying. Let's see here. South Dakota, still close, but we're looking at 52.1 versus 47. And as far as medical goes, it seems to be winning hardcore, almost double, or actually double, more than double the amount there. Sorry. North Dakota is 28% reporting, with 62% dying. Thank God.
Can you explain that to me, by the way? Like
What?
the measure one. Like I
Measure-
understand roughly what it is, but like why people would be against it is what I'm curious.
I'm not 1,000% sure, but from what I'm understanding is, it used to be, this is only college, so this only affects colleges. So UND, whatever the other North Dakota colleges are. UD, state, basically the state colleges. It would basically make the membership or the Board of Education 15 versus 8.
Mhm.
And I think one of their biggest problems were state employees, officials, and legislators being members of the state board. which I think was the problem there was basically the budgeting for the state college board was kind of being favorably viewed or negatively viewed based on whoever was in the board, whatever the members of the board were, versus I'm not 100% sure. But
right. See,
we
I was
also
seeing it as like it seems like more efficient leadership, so I don't understand why people are like, no, fuck that. But that makes sense. Probably budgeting.
we also do have a final. All votes in. I don't know how comfortable I'm saying with that.
Right.
Arizona coming in just now. 27 or 207, which is legalizing marijuana, 61.2%. That's a lot of votes too. I almost want to say that is it.
Fuck yes. Shout out to Arizona.
Where are their laws at?
Hey Beth. Can you pass that bowl real quick?
Arizona, where are you? You're right here.
Thank you.
Most votes will be counted on election night, but full results may take a few days. Early and absentee votes cast on the weekend before the election should be pre-counted. So, all the ballots that came in before the weekend have been pre-counted. Expected to be out 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. their time. Announced on election night. Are expected to constitute the vast majority of the total votes. So I guess, yeah, this is safe to say. Arizona has legalized. So why don't we just put that stamp of approval there? 21 or older, 6 plants or less, as long as it's in a lockable container from public view. 16% tax would be divided between community college districts, municipal police, sheriff, fire departments, and fire districts, the Highway User Restoration Fund, and the New Justice Reinvestment Fund. It would also allow people convicted of marijuana-related crimes relating to possession, consumption, cultivation, and transportation to petition for an expungement, and that would start July 12th, 2021. It does also allow local governments to ban marijuana facilities and testing centers and give locals control over elements of regulation, zoning, and licensing. But there is that home grow situation there, so there is a very big possibility that even if a state does ban in their local vicinity, like any retail establishments, they would be able to home grow. Which
what's weird about that is Arizona is really. By the way, I'm from Arizona, so I'm super proud of this right now. Yeah, I'm from Phoenix.
Nebraska.
Well, no, like until I was born and raised in Phoenix.
Okay.
And then when I was like 10 or whatever, we moved to Nebraska. So I spent most of my teen and adult life there. Then I moved back to Phoenix for a little while too, when I was like 21, 22.
That's kind of how my life went too. I born in Minnesota. I grew up mostly in California in my teen years. Went back to Minnesota, but like way up north. And then I moved here. After I moved back for a little bit and came back up. But yeah, as far as major moves, that was it. It's crazy. Going back to basically, I was born in Illinois though, but like my actual like first memory would be in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I am Arizona. I'd say we'd call it Arizona is a win.
Yep. Well, shout out to Arizona. Super proud of you guys. That's a hell of a win.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to like jump back to, North Dakota's measure, but it's almost an exact copy as far as the main points as well, both as what was going on in North Dakota and if the Freedom of Cannabis Act passed. Like 21 or older. 6 plants or less, we are at 12, but yeah, and we also had legalized NDs, and we also had a expungement measure that went through. So that shows that would work, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, and then we also got Mississippi. showing very strong for Initiative 65, which would be the go figure. People actually want specified conditions and not just some sort of bullshit of terminally ill patients.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, but 20 qualifying conditions shows that people are more for actually having a list and knowledge of what it would be used for before voting yes. So South Dakota also showing pretty. These are all showing pretty good. South Dakota 27 reporting for 51.7 in legalizing recreational, and for medical it shows 68. So I'm pretty sure that we'll see this pass. This one's a possibility because this is a few points back.
Now, what did you say? South Dakota? Did they stop accepting mail-in already?
South Dakota's situation is, by the way, 538. Fucking love that place. Just saying. If you ever want concrete and really, really good tracking and polling, 538.com. South Dakota, ready on election night with the likely exception of one county. They have till 8 p.m. No results will be released until 9 p.m. Eastern when the last of the polls close. Says he's confident that most votes will be counted on election night, but officials in the state's largest county say to expect a 2-day deal. They plan to let workers go home for the night and finish counting on Wednesday. So, absentee
But odds
ballots.
are there's a few point or a few percentage lead.
Yeah.
That the few that did get counted. Yeah.
Yeah. Absentee ballots are merged with other votes from their home precincts, lowering the possibility of a red versus blue shift over time. So that's a good thing to go with. So, yeah. Let's see what they're showing in South Dakota. South Dakota's at 27%. But yeah, I'd say it's pretty close to calling medical. I guess Dave's like, they just legalized. No, not yet. So yeah, that's South Dakota. New Jersey, I guess, I don't know how I'd say New Jersey. Oh, yeah, New Jersey just did. They just reported. New Jersey just legalized. So, yeah, that's that one.
And it's funny because, we were just saying when we were still doing NDCC stuff that, COVID pretty much shot everything legalization-wise in the foot. And this has really been the year of cannabis.
Yeah. Honestly, I was not so certain. I mean, New Jersey had medical. So I was pretty certain that there's that possibility, but I'm more shocked about let's see which one was the one. South Dakota is kind of what I'm slightly worried with, because they do have two measures, a constitutional and a statutory, that kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah.
But just with how South Dakota has been regarding CBD, well, I guess the people who live in South Dakota have been more open-minded than the legislative branch of South Dakota, but I'm more shocked that negativity wasn't pushed through. We also do have Montana. Let's see what Montana is doing. Election results live. Montana just finished out too.
Nice.
Montana 11% reporting currently. Allow marijuana legal age establishes that that the state can set a legal age. Oh, okay. So the state would be able to set a legal age for purchasing, consuming, and possessing alcoholic beverages and marijuana. That is such a backhanded way of doing that.
That is kind of weird to just ballot like that.
To put it with alcohol, I mean, like, okay, I get that saying of like, okay, you know, it should be treated the same. Alcohol and cannabis should be treated the same as far as the legal age. But it's just a little bit weird that that passed, because that would basically challenge what everybody sees as far as with the as far as like what cannabis is.
Mm-hmm.
So, but 11%, 66% up, which is insane. Yeah, New Jersey is in.
Can we go back on that for a second?
58% on this one, Montana.
They also
have
that the state can set the
signature
legal age for purchasing, consuming, and possessing alcoholic beverages and marijuana. Now, I understand what you're talking about in terms of the marijuana, but does that mean that they can actually change the legal drinking age? 'Cause I thought that was a federally established thing.
That's a good question.
I'm gonna look at that.
Yeah. Okay, so... Oh, there's another one. Okay. So, concealed carry laws changing. Okay. 190 would be the 1 ounce or less, possession 1 ounce or less, or 8 grams or less of concentrate by persons over the age of 21. So I think what this does is it sets up the framework for it, as far as like how the zoning and everything like that, kind of like how bars would be zoned.
Yeah.
So it would treat it the same, and then this would be the one that sets it as 21 or over, and this would set the actual limits.
Actually, now that makes sense.
66.6 on the legal age, and 66.2%. Come on, 0.5% just dropped out, like... Whatever. They also do have a constitutional amendment signature change that would require for signatures collected to certify or qualify citizen initiatives. I'm not 100% sure about this. This is a little weird. And also initiatives to match the existing signature distribution requirements for initiated state statutes and veto referendums. I'm not sure what these two mean, but I hope that's a good thing for people passing laws.
Apparently, you can't use bit.ly links in the chat. What? Oops. Remove any web addresses and try again.
Yeah,
oh, you can't use web addresses?
No. I can select. You can. There you go. You should be able to as a mod.
Do what?
I think you should be able to as a mod. I hope. I know there's some sort of setting somewhere, and YouTube chat is so weird. You have the right to, like, kick people, too, now. So, I mean, there's not a really lively place, but, you know, whatever. Also, to Arizona legalizing, to, what other state?
New Jersey.
Fucking Measure 2. And
yeah, seriously, fuck
to
Measure
New Jersey. Right? And it's kratom, so whatever. I wish I had alcohol. I honestly was... The original view, the original idea for this was going to be like a sitting at a desk type of a situation, like a reporter type of deal, but every single time somebody, or like, they called a vote, or they called, like, for Biden or something, I would take a shot. But then I didn't know what the outcome of that would be, so I wasn't really sure what I had to prepare for. So I didn't do that. Yeah, it doesn't... I don't know what's going on with Jody. Damn it. I was getting all excited, too. I
Seriously.
haven't talked to her in a while.
Jody, I'm gonna message her. Jody. Jody.
I already messaged her and didn't really get anything back.
Well, I don't want to go spamming her. Because she's
Yeah.
active. Jody, if you see this, we're watching you.
No pressure. There's no pressure at all.
Fuck that, full pressure. Jody's on.
Yeah,
Okay.
she is, but
So, total pressure. Jody, good to see you.
going on live though, that's the hard part. Is like, dude, the first like, what has it been like 2 hours? First 2 hours were rough. Like I was by myself and I was like, I only had Mississippi to report on. So I was like, okay, Mississippi is supposed to report. And then it was like half an hour for like nothing. And then they were like sitting at 1% for like 30 minutes to an hour. I was just like, let's talk about Nebraska, or I don't know. Also because it didn't show up on here, so the nobody on cam music is, I don't have to give accreditation, but music bed. And as far as the music during streams, to give accreditation, stream beats. It was supposed to be on screen. Super sorry it wasn't on screen. We'll work on that next time. But it's all stream beats. So Harris Keller is the guy. Check him out on pretty much every single platform if you're looking for music. So, and I'll also put it into the description too, just to make sure I get everything figured out.
You know, in celebration of all this wonderful legalization, I should have totally went and bought a Delta 8 cartridge and finally tried it. That would have been a fucking blast, do that live.
Oh yeah. Honestly, sorry.
You're good.
Honestly, I wish I honestly wish I like could have gone out and gotten alcohol and then Delta 8. I do want to find it somewhere, but
Our vape shop actually carries cartridges here. So if you call them, I'm sure they would mail.
should.
Shout out to the vapor shop in Jamestown.
Yeah, because you were talking about they have good kratom too.
That was the best. Out of everything that about, even when I was in Florida for the training, whatever, I went down and I stopped by a shop and it was super green. And just,
Super
it was
green's not bad.
fucking awful.
Well, I have this one is Super Green Melee.
Well, and like I called Beth after that and I was like, I just took a whole tablespoon of the super green, and then I took another tablespoon, and then I took a tablespoon of red vein, red Borneo, something like that.
Yeah, Burrino.
And yeah, dude, nothing. I just sat there, and all of a sudden it was just like, go to sleep. That was all I got out of it.
I've had some times where I've taken and it like really doesn't do anything, but also my tolerance, it has to do with how often I cycle strains. But just to show off a little bit, I think I'm good for a little bit. It's 2 kilos.
I've been forgetting to hit the vapor shop. I was supposed to go buy kratom on like last Friday.
And if anybody's ever looking, okay, let's just explain what kratom is. Kratom is a natural herb in Indonesia that, when taken, is a natural alternative to opioids. It has all the positives with pain killing and emotional uplift that opioids have, with none of the downsides of the respiratory depression, so you can't die of an overdose. An overdose of that stuff is basically a really bad time. Like you get something called the wobbles or the shakes, some people call them that, where it's just hard to concentrate on things.
Yeah, like the optical focus.
Yeah, it's just really hard to concentrate. But yeah, It's a very safe alternative. It is definitely worth using if you have pain. And some people do also use it as an antidepressant, which is kind of
Yeah,
what I
I
do
actually
sometimes.
take it for pain from a previous hip injury, and also anxiety.
Yep, anxiety too. Yeah, that's definitely
I started getting really, really bad anxiety. Where like I've always been a pretty level person
yeah.
and very mentally tough. And like in the last 5 years, I mean, I've cried more in the last 5 years than I have my entire life. You
Also
know?
has to do with Trump.
Yeah, right.
Well,
But no, like,
politics in general, actually. Politics this year has just been fucking, or this since 2016 has been really fucking brutal, but it started catching up at around 2014 is when it really started picking up. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that also has to do with my like just view with politics. I might have gotten more involved in politics, and that's why I found it more brutal. Is the best way I'd explain it. But
yeah, I started really, really succumbing to really severe anxiety, and that's when I discovered Kratom.
let me, yeah, because you tried to post a link and it didn't work. Live.
Oh, I got it to work. It went through.
It did? I don't see
Yeah,
it.
whatever you did, it worked.
I don't see it. Chat? Is it? No, it didn't go through in chat. Oh, I think it just like... Oh boy, I don't even know how to fix that. I don't really know how to do YouTube chats. I'm just gonna post it. It will show that you sent it, but it like will shadow ban it. But I also know why it's doing that is because I have that disabled on comments on YouTube. Because if you don't have that disabled, you will get just you'll upload a video and it'll just be like, free girls, go to this website for free cams, and just get pounded with those. But basically,
I
if you
don't
really
understand what's wrong with me. It says there's a bunch of hot singles in my area that are wanting to hook up.
I wish there was a direct link, but okay. I'm just gonna do that. There we go. That's the link that we're using. Google is great. It pulls it from the Associated Press, so I'm sure that you can go through the Associated Press as well. But there's also another company that was doing it, but I don't really know much about them. Originally the idea. Oh shit! No! Please don't do that. Okay. There was originally I was gonna go on the Secretary of State's websites, and that's where I was gonna get all their info. But as you can see, their website really doesn't say much of anything other than vote here. Oh, those can go away. But let's see here. Biden is favored to win the election. That's what 538 is showing. Is this final and no longer updating? I'm so confused. This is an example of how things might. What? What does this mean?
I think it's showing you different scenarios.
Oh. Well, there's more Biden win scenarios than Trump win scenarios. Could it be? Could it be that Biden wins? I just want it to be over, honestly. I think this is just the best map ever. But Arizona 3% reporting, 60% going for legalizing. Mississippi 37% reporting, with 74.1% being for the 20 conditions, with 67% being to allow medical marijuana. see. CNN, can you just show me the full country? Please, I don't really want to know state for state.
That would make sense, Phil.
What?
If they just showed you the whole country.
Yeah, I know, right? Too early to call. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia. They're really okay. I use CNN for like background noise.
Mm-hmm.
I started off with MSNBC and CNN, but yeah, I can't, like, my computer just can't handle it. But they're really good for while I'm working, background noise, because like I look at them maybe every 10-20 minutes or something like that, just like get the cycle and move on with my work.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you're actually following a single thing like they're doing, it's a lot harder. Surprisingly, North Dakota has gone red. We are very shocked here. We did not know that that was ever going to happen.
We did not know how this possibly could happen.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like we live in a Republican state.
Like, everybody's wigging out because Bergen took the W on it, and it's like, because that was ever questioned.
Okay. Very unpopular opinion here. But the beginning of the COVID pandemic, Bergen did handle things okay until things started coming off the rails. The reporting was weird. That's one hit against him. And then once that started is when everything went downhill. But like when he first started, I mean, I remember there was a clip that circulated with the mask. Like he started crying and everything. But like the politicizing masks, like he was right. Like, don't politicize mask wearing. Like that's not. It shouldn't be if you're a Trump supporter, you don't wear a mask. Like that's not a thing. But yeah, like it was, that whole scenario is kind of what really showed that like he was doing good, and then it went all downhill from there. But I mean, the only state that didn't do mask or not the only state that didn't do a mask mandate, but didn't do a mask mandate, where like surging. I don't know. I think we were at 900 for the day today.
It was a lot. That's been a lot. I think we were 80 something. If I remember correctly, it was either 60 or something or 80 something.
What? Full cases?
Yeah, for Stutzman.
Oh, for Stutzman. I was like, we're at way more than 80, and I thought you were talking about like 80,000. I'm like, no way. Let's see. Oh my god, I also, like, okay, this is a much better like way of reporting coronavirus cases, but oh my god, this takes forever to load. And it's cloud processed too, like that's the downside. It's not cached. Like, this runs every load. It's not even cached. So, let me just go on Facebook. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, we are over 1,000. I could have sworn we were at like 800 something today. Let's see. Yeah, so that's North Dakota for you. This very exponential scary line. But Montana 16% reporting, 77%. Oh, that's the signature change. Whoops. 64%, 16% reporting for legalizing 21 or over, 1 ounce or less. So that is that one. I could have sworn that they had more. No? Okay. Yeah, marijuana age, that's the one. Set the legal age for purchasing, consuming, and possessing to the same as alcohol, 65%. So so we also have New Jersey that called it, 58% reporting, 67% being for. Okay, this one doesn't need to exist there. No on measure 2 seems to be 46% reporting, 63.2% showing as a no. South Dakota is still very, very close, 38% reporting. So that's close, but 38% also showing 67 for legalizing medical marijuana. So even if it's not recreational, South Dakota looks like it might be close. And then Mississippi, 40% reporting, 67.3% for yes. So yeah. Is this the same one? No, Mississippi and Arizona. Alright. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and yeah, because I've been sitting in this chair this entire time. So we're gonna go to the view thing, and we will be back. So we will see you in 5 minutes. All right. Hopefully we'll get more information. All right. Bye. This is the one that is the two of us. There we go. All right. I always come over prepared with scenes. Like, all of the scenes I'm over prepared, but whatever, it's a good thing. So, wrap up here. Arizona, let's just go down the line here. So, Arizona would be 21 or older, 6 plants or less, in a lockable container away from public view. 16% tax to be divided between multiple different funds. Prop 207 would also allow anyone convicted of certain crimes related to possession, consumption, cultivation, and transportation to petition for expungement. That would start in July 12th of 2021. And it would also allow local governments the power to ban marijuana facilities and testing centers and give control over elements of regulation, zoning, and licensing. But it does have the self-grow, 6 plants or less. So that seems to be probably the best way for them. And it looks like 60 to 40, 5% reporting though. So we'll kind of know a little bit more coming into Canna Heads on Sunday. And so we'll have a lot more information then, obviously. So definitely that is going to be one thing that we will be talking about. So next we have Mississippi. Mississippi is got the 65 would allow medical marijuana for more than 20 different qualifying conditions, and it would allow possession of up to 2.5 ounces. This is a medical marijuana measure, and it would have sales tax at the rate of the state sales tax of 7% currently. 65A would be the one that is kind of a bad move here, and would be restricted to terminally ill patients. And from the looks of it, it looks like 65 did prevail over 65A by 50%.
Jesus Christ.
So it looks like Mississippi, again, 53% reporting, so not 100%, but looks to be able to be sort of called for that. Actually, one thing we definitely need to be looking at is what their chances of change are. So once I find... Why do yeah, I could have sworn. I was like, what? So Mississippi, probably none worth writing home about. Absentee and precinct votes are typically combined and released together on election night, and the number of late arriving absentee ballots will likely be very small. So most of the results we'll know today. So Mississippi showing most of the results, 56% of those results are showing for medical marijuana, specifically the 20 conditions. So that is that one. Next would be South Dakota. South Dakota would legalize the recreational use of marijuana to individuals 21 years or older. So this is a constitutional amendment. Or this isn't a constitutional amendment. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. It's a constitutional amendment. It's a two-parter. Okay. Constitutional amendment would do the 21 years or older possession of up to 1 ounce and would require them to pass laws regarding the program for medical marijuana in the sale of hemp by April 1st, 2022. The part where it says sale of hemp is more of a bunch of people not being happy about the fact that that hemp is not really allowed in South Dakota. They don't really I mean, they do, like, it's legal by federal farm bill, but just a couple months ago, or just like 6 or 7 months ago, they arrested somebody driving through their state, not even going to their state, driving through it for having hemp in their trailer.
Yeah, that was a whole last thing that we reported on.
Yeah. So that's the reason why sale of hemp is in there as well. But they also kind of want what was that state that did that? Montana, where they kind of want a more open marketplace type of a situation. So maybe they pick up what Montana is doing with the marketplace that they have on their website. Individuals who live in an area with no licensed retail stores can grow up to 3 marijuana plants in a private residence on a locked space. and no more than 6 plants to a household, so 2 can live and grow together, all happy. It would be taxed at 15%, which would go to a bunch of different places. The local cities can ban marijuana cultivators, testing facilities, wholesalers, and retail stores from operating in the limits, but they could not prohibit the transportation on public roads. So there is a possibility that some cities can ban it, but I'm honestly thinking that would be a holdout type of a situation, and that would pretty much be a little bit of career suicide. So I highly doubt that that's going to be prevalent. It might be attempted, but that's not to say that it's prevalent. 26 being a medical marijuana measure, patients would be allowed to possess a maximum of 3 ounces. It would establish a medical marijuana program in South Dakota for debilitating medical conditions. Again, one of the most common medical conditions things that most states have. And the limits would be the amount of products a person may possess would set by the Department of Health according to the measure. However, patients can also be registered to home grow, cultivate marijuana at home with a minimum of 3 plants, or prescribed by a physician. So the minimum part, I'm guessing, I mean, you can have 1 plant or 2 plants, but 3 if you're not prescribed by a physician to grow, but plus 3 for a physician. So that's South Dakota. It seems to be doing the medical marijuana seems to be doing really well, and the legalization seems to be very close. Again, 51% reporting. So that is probably going to be more on Canna-heads. North
So 5% leaf, that's pretty cool.
5% on
South Dakota.
Oh yeah,
roughly.
Yeah, but 51%. So
yeah,
more than 50%. But I would like to see this at a higher percentage to be able to comfortably call it. North Dakota has called no on Measure 1. 52% reporting on that. Measure 2, on the other hand, not called yet, but 63 versus 37%. So, yeah, that's probably dead. Thank God.
Yeah.
New
that's
Jersey.
Like the most blatant shitting on the will of the people.
Right?
Like, that's just amazing to me. Who put that forth?
Yeah, it was legislature. Let me see. It was a thing that basically, I know there was a lot of really crazy hearings about it and a lot of really crazy views regarding it. But it was concurrent resolution 4001. So let me just go to the.
I heard you talk about 4001 so goddamn much, and I'm just like, oh, so glad that shit's gone.
Right? Is it SB in North Dakota? Or SC? Senate concurrent 4001. Oh my god, just. Sorry, I can barely see here. Send me to bill number 4001. Can I just do that? SCR 4001, here we go. So introduced. Introduced by Hogue, Dever, J. Lee, and Kopelman. I don't really know which district are they in. Can you look up which district these two people are in?
Yeah, Senators
Hogue and Kopelman.
So give me Hogue.
No offense to the people living out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, but how much you want to bet it's in the middle of bumfuck nowhere? I mean, that is the entire state, but but just while we're searching that up, just to show exactly what would have happened if it did say yes, and I'm pretty sure it said no. This is
what was,
how.
Kopelman's first name?
Nathan, I'm guessing. K. Kopelman. Representatives K. Kopelman, Lauser, Nat. Faye. I'm guessing Nathan.
All right, so we're just gonna do fucking 80 tabs going on.
You're telling me. You should see what this looks like. Oh boy. But yeah, so just to show what would have happened, you would have gotten the signatures, you would have passed by voters. The legislature would sit in and be like, yo, we don't like this. And then it goes back to the voters, which...
Okay, District 13 for Rep Kopelman.
North Dakota district map. This looks like a cleaner job here. Oh, yeah. 13, you said?
Yeah.
13. I'm sure if it's not big, then it's in the middle bumfuck nowhere. 11, 16. I can't even see District 13.
It's Fargo.
Fargo?
I believe so.
No, Fargo's 45. North Dakota districts. Yeah, this one. District 1. Yeah, I don't know.
Give me a sec. I will. Wow.
What?
My shit just went crazy. Okay.
Oh, I can just type in search map 13. No, that's just gonna... District 13.
Why is this so complicated to find?
I mean... Their website isn't the best.
Oh, I think I found something. I gotta fucking zoom in the page.
Oh, that's 21.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyway, so, yeah, that was by District 13. So, hopefully... Oh, here, I can just hit District 13. There we go. Yep, here we go. So, go figure.
Yeah, that's what I found. That's why I said Fargo.
Really? District 13 is Fargo. Yep, West Fargo.
West Fargo.
Go figure. Kopelman being House Republican.
Yeah, he is District 38.
The Hogue?
Hogue, yeah. Senator Hogue.
38, huh?
That
Where's
is...
38?
It's right next to Minot.
Really?
Whatever... Like Burlington?
Yeah.
Yeah, Burlington.
And
Would be the
Senate
town.
Republican. Go figure.
Burlington, that definitely makes sense. Bumfucked. Nothing.
Yeah. So, yeah, this looks dead. Please don't try that again.
Yeah. You
Those
see what's
people?
gonna happen.
Yeah. 55%, 62%, 55% reporting, 62.9.
Alright, I gotta mute real quick.
Alright. New Jersey is called state constitution that legalizes the recreational use. Persons 21 or older, legalizes the cultivation, processing, and sale of retail, and it would take effect on the 1st, January 1st. So one thing that they're also the first state in the Mid-Atlantic to legalize. And I think one thing that's going to be very interesting to see, while New Jersey is a pretty big state, I think what we're going to see is the same thing as what happened in Illinois. Record-breaking sales throughout the entire country. So it's going to be probably... The first spike is going to be huge. So very excited to see that. It also there is a 5-member Cannabis Regulatory Commission, and it calls for them to be able to expand into recreational. So they would be responsible for regulating the cultivation, processing, and sale of recreational. It would apply a 6.625% for rec sales tax, and they would also allow local cities or local governments to enact an additional 2% sales tax on top of it, which is actually not too bad. There's, states with 15, which is insane. But it would also, it doesn't have any specifics regarding the home grow situation, but they show that the CRC can have home grow rules, and I think we might see maybe that not happening right away, but I can see it happening like later on, specifically because at first I think their first priority is going to be setting up the retail establishments, and it to have that by January 1st is going to be a very, very big challenge. I don't think we're going to see that many regulatory or that many new stores. I think we'll see a lot of conversion between medicinal going into recreational, but as far as the home grow thing, I think they're going to first want to figure out getting retail establishments on top of the medical establishments before they figure out home grow. So we might not see that January 1st, but we might see that later on in 2021. So that is a huge thing there. And Montana, what are they calling? Did they just call Nebraska for Biden?
What?
No way.
Get the fuck out of here. No. I'm looking at it.
Oh, one congressional district.
Okay.
Could be going blue. It's actually kind of a big deal.
Holy shit, Arizona was projected red.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's huge.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Let's just pull that up too.
Yeah, please.
Live election coverage. I don't know. Google's just great. I just love Google. So yeah, Arizona is leaning blue, but 45 to 53 with 73% reporting. So I mean, it's probably what is Arizona's situation?
All right,
that's the one thing that we're that's the one good new thing. I mean, not good. It's the one new thing with this election is the mail-in ballots could possibly shift everything. But the very first batch of results on election night is expected to be early in absentee votes, which will likely lean Democratic. Then the results may shift toward Republican later in the evening as election day votes are counted.
But then remaining mail-in ballots would probably shift it more towards Democrat anyway.
Yeah.
But I will be right back.
Yeah.
Gotta go tell my kiddo goodnight.
Yeah. Since I'm talking about interesting election results here, I am wondering Lindsey Graham. Yeah, we're gonna go into that one. Lindsey Graham with holy shit, on the skin of his fucking teeth. 55% reporting. Unfortunately, they're gonna keep him. That is interesting. It was very, very close, actually. It definitely split it off a little bit. But yeah, that's an interesting result there. New Jersey called. Yeah, we already covered New Jersey. Montana is 27% reporting, so not a lot. Before we get into that, let's see what their situation looks like. So counties vary in whether they release mail or in-person votes first or release both together, so it's hard to know. But Montana is accustomed to lots of people voting by mail. Yeah, so I think that's going to be a smooth intake. So 27% reporting, 59% showing a positive towards the recreationalization. Montana has 2. The one that I just showed right now is the possession and use by adults over 21, a 20% tax on marijuana sales, and the Department of Revenue to develop rules to regulate marijuana businesses and allowing for the resentencing or expungement of marijuana-related crimes. So that seems to be going pretty decent at 27%. And then we got 118, which would be the one that is a little bit worded different, but it pretty much says that we should treat cannabis like we treat alcohol, which is probably the correct way to dealing that right now.
Right, at least initially.
Yeah, that's
then
what
you
I'm
can
saying.
adjust later.
Yeah, I think it's gonna basically make everybody more comfortable with it, and then maybe they can have some different changes. But yeah, and also in these 2 I do want to check out, because that is something that, I don't know, interests me. Not interest a lot of people, but that type of thing is really interesting. Kitty!
She's precious. There we go. She's just uncomfortable. There we go.
I like how the Skype's like trying to blur.
She's my pretty baby. Oh, there she is. It fell.
Aww.
There we go.
That looks like Scott. Looks like the female version of Scott. I haven't shown my cats on video. Well,
And I'm
I showed my
surprised
dog.
the fat young one, he's usually all up in my business. Like the second I touch anything
Right.
at my desk, he's right in my lap.
Elections. Let's see what. I want to know your ballot measures. Please tell me your ballot measures.
Then we got this one being clingy. You're so
school
fucking cute.
districts.
Yes, you are. Dude, I'm telling you, I will never grow up when it comes to cats. Like, ever.
Okay,
I see
there
a
we go.
cat, I just lose my mind. It's like, let me snuggle you.
All right, so the ones that we're looking at are. Please just call this. Come on, this.
Right,
this...
if you can call the other one, just fucking call it.
Right. Okay, they got 74. This is pretty close to 74, but I guess it's like, okay, 46 and 47 is what I'm looking at. 46 changes the language in Constitution to match existing initiated amendment distribution requirements. Okay, let me know more about this. To match the existing signature distribution requirements. But would amend constitutional language to match the existing signature distribution for constitutional amendments. What? Must collect signatures equal to 10% of the qualified electors in each of the 2/40th of the state's 100 legislative districts. Wow. That is just adding an extra layer of, like, just go with the population. So, along with similar amendment regarding statutory initiative petitions, changed with the passage of 2 voter-approved constitutional amendments. 10% of the qualified electors in each half of Montana's counties, rather than 2/5 of legislative districts. That is so confusing.
Yeah.
Just go with the population.
You've heard me use the word a lot, but it's like my pet peeve. I hate when things are made convoluted.
Yeah.
Why? Why make things complicated? That makes no sense.
Right? Okay, so 192 to 108. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get something tonight. But I think we might see actually on the next polls if it's what is closing? California, I'm guessing. Oh. So 47 would be the existing for initiative state or a veto must be equal to 5% of the qualified electors in each 1/3 of the state's legislative districts. So I guess it would. Yeah, that's just weird wording for lowering or raising the amount of signatures needed. I'm guessing is what I'm reading here. But Montana, 27% reporting with the legal age one showing 60%, and the legalizing would be for the 59% at 27% reporting. So that is good. I really just please call North Dakota so we feel like we accomplished a ginormous thing.
Seriously, like how much have we talked about this fucking thing? I mean, even off camera, how many times have you and I gone on about this thing?
Oh yeah. I remember actually like when I first like learned about it, I was like freaking out about it. And honestly, what would have been really weird was if we were both on the ballot, like if Measure 2 was on the ballot at the same time. Because, yeah, we would have won, but we would have, like, if we won, we would have been the last constitutional measure that could ever been passed. Which basically means that it's not too hard to try to change and bring it back to the voters, and then there's no recourse there. So that would have been really bad. But that was another thing that I noticed is a lot of the public news, a lot of public hate towards Measure 2. It was very public. And then as far as like privately, there was a lot of vote yes, but it didn't really ever reach out from private Facebook groups or a couple of people, like a couple people making videos or whatever, like Rick Cucker or something like that. He did a video and we broke it apart, but there wasn't that many people being super public to vote yes. But the people that were public were very prominent figures in politics, so there was a lot more of like private citizens making editorials and all of that stuff, letters to the editor or whatever, and saying no. So it really is a good view that the people who were going for no were able to actually get as many people to vote no. So it shows that even if people in power say something, they're not taken all too seriously sometimes. So that's good. So yeah.
I think this is a good opportunity for me to just kind of throw it out there because I've been dwelling on this last week. I am sincerely disappointed that everything panned out the way it did for our state. I mean, because when you think about it, what like the potential for anything to happen this year literally fell on you, me, and a very small group of people. And all we needed out of that was organization. Organization and leadership. And that was a big thing, was we needed leadership. And not just like, I get it, like Jody was like the chair of the measure itself, but in terms of like our group and the inner workings of it and the administration of everything, we needed leadership and structure. That's the word that I lean on, is structure. There was no structure. And with that came immaturity and immaturity, passive aggressiveness, and breakdowns in communication constantly. And it's like, because of that, our state had to suffer the consequences.
Yeah.
That's what gets under my skin, is because of the immaturity and the inability to accept structure by a very few,
And
the entire state.
And even the structure wasn't like super structured. Like there was a lot of leeway.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is like I tried to build the structure of it, and all I got was basically we don't like being told what to do, and it's like I dwell on that a lot, and like this week especially hearing the word election so much, it's like because of the immaturity of a very few, our entire state had to suffer. And there's a lot of people who don't understand that they're suffering the consequences of it until they need cannabis.
Yeah, but see, the thing is while Measure 2 fails, so this happening, please just, it's at 60%, 59%, come on.
Did you hit it with a refresh?
It's automatically refreshing. 1021 is when it last updated.
Well, back.
Right? Okay, so while this failed, 60%, it just went up. Just turn this a dark red, guys. Okay, anyway, wouldn't it be something if it just flipped all of a sudden?
I would poop my pants.
No, but okay, so while this failed, that's not to say, first of all, that something like this isn't going to happen again. There's a very big possibility that, okay, maybe it didn't work in this way, so why don't we... I don't know how else. There's, I think Nebraska. Yeah, so Nebraska has it where you submit it. It then goes to legislative, and or during their next legislative branch or session, they can basically kind of tweak the wording so it works. I think the biggest drive for Measure 2 wasn't what everybody was saying of out-of-state money and all of this stuff. I think it was a matter of, with the way that it's written, you could literally get whatever you want written on a piece of paper and get that approved by Secretary of State because there's some sort of reasoning behind it, and it actually has to go to law even if there's a major loophole. I think what they're trying to shore up is the possibility for some sort of loophole to be made and it actually passing and it turning into law before it has to get fixed. And especially in a constitutional where there really isn't an easy way to fix. So I think that was their idea. I think it was very poorly advertised, but something like this can happen again, and it will. I can almost guarantee you it. It might not be during the next election, but it might be the next generals. It could very well be. And this is a opportunity for people with constitutional measures to getting it on the ballot and passing, but it's also a huge foresight that it has to be bulletproof. It has to be 100% stable, because if it isn't, if you're, for instance, ND voters first and you're lying to people, you're giving way more ammunition to Measure 2.
Yeah.
And I think that is really the takeaway there, that this is a thing that's going to happen again, and we should not, and we will not try to give it more ammunition for it to go up again and it actually passing and it actually winning. Because then more cases are made of, hey, this is the reason why this has to pass. And while this kind of slid underneath I think the main idea was to slide it underneath people's eyes and just hope that nobody notices or thinks that that's the stupidest thing in the world. The next time it'll be very public, and the next time it'll be like, this is why. Because when this was on the ballot, ND voters first was as well, and they could have very well had some sort of group thrown together, North Dakota for Measure 2 or something like that, and gotten very public with it and said, ND voters first, that's why. that didn't happen. So I think the biggest thing is, like you were saying, being very well organized, um, being creative as well, because, I mean, I don't think another pandemic's around the corner or anything like that, but shit happens, and stuff like that you got to be prepared for. And also to have a very even response to the same questions and just canned responses to everything. And that was one of the biggest things of figuring out like what those canned responses are, and also being on a even playing ground and saying, okay, we're going to do it this way. It's not going to be, if they don't agree to donate to you, then they can go away. It's not going to be, we're going to harvest addresses to then ask them for money for my own personal PAC. And if they don't want that to have happen to them, then they don't sign. Like, that's not how that works. So, yeah, that was a very long way of me saying that the Second Life is given, but that's not to say that it's not ready, or that it needs to be very well planned. And I hope it is. I really do hope.
Right. And well, and that's part of like what I was getting at was like I really hope that moving forward. I mean, okay, this is gonna sound super. I'm not a bitter person by any means. Like, I don't hold grudges. So it's like, whatever it was, you know, to the few people that tanked it and, you know, basically made it an unlivable measure. It's like, you know, you do you. I hope you move on, whatever. I sincerely hope, and this is where it sounds bitter, and forgive me, but I sincerely hope that those people in our group and the people of LND go away. And that sounds really fucked up, but both have shown that they do not have the structure, or I can't figure out the word I'm looking for here without sounding like an asshole. Basically, yeah. And it's like, I just really hope that, you know, you had one who tried twice, and then we had our group where it was this patchwork of people who refused organization and structure and refused basically everything that we needed to make anything successful. And I just really hope that both of them just stay out of it. Let somebody with a little more drive and dedication, and not even experience, but just like the drive and dedication and organizational skills in order to be successful and to like to actually be a leader, you know?
Well, okay. That is really fucking close.
Whoa, dude. No, Trump was ahead percentage of votes, but Biden had the electoral. What the fuck is going on right now?
Yeah.
Anyway, NDCC, LID, walk away, guys. Let somebody else do it.
I don't think it's a walk away. I think it's a accept faults, be accepting of those faults, and work on them and fix them. I don't think it's we don't need to see them ever again. Because as far as the amount of people that would be knowledgeable and able to, the experience is enough to be able to learn your mistakes. It's a matter of accepting those, and a matter of, because there was a lot of mistakes I made too. Like, I'm not completely, like, I made a lot of mistakes.
No, and same here.
It's a matter of when those mistakes happened and everything happened, we were pretty clear of our issues and our shortcomings. And that, first of all, that was looked at, oh my god, I fucking ruined everything. That's not the case at all. If anything, it probably quelled the entire shitfire that would have happened if it didn't happen. But it's a matter of accepting those and not thinking, making the same mistake and trying again is, what was the name of the thing that somebody said? It was fucking like, basically redoing the same mistake and accepting a different outcome is insanity.
Oh, repeating the same thing and expecting
It's
a different outcome.
results.
Yeah, I'll find the wording of it. But the reason why I say that, and that's where I said, you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm like, it sounds worse than I mean it, because again, I work in healthcare, and like one big thing is developing leadership and growth. Growth is absolutely pivotal. Like, it's incredibly important to us. I am a man of growth. I was just having a discussion the other day about, employee performance, where it's like we have people who are continually, getting called out on not doing things correctly. And it's like at some point, you have to be able to say, okay, we talked about it, and then we implemented ways to help them grow and learn and do better moving forward. Right. And at some point, and it's hard for a lot of people, especially in leadership positions, that you have to know when there's no room for growth or they're going to refuse to grow, and then you need to cut ties. And the reason why I say walk away is you had one group who did it, failed, and then did it again, or tried to do it again. And then you had another group who basically said, we're going to do it our way. Fuck these guys. We're going to do it better. And we all basically stuck to the same shit.
And basically fought each other.
Yeah.
Like, the biggest thing was fighting each other.
So if there was some show of growth or an attempt to grow, then yeah, I would say, you could take some of the best out of each of those groups and say, let's do it together, do it right, whatever. But neither side, and the vast majority of the leadership or the core group of people on both sides, the majority of them refused to grow, and they were so busy competing or, being in little pissing matches with them that we couldn't focus on the topic. So that's why I say it sounds worse than I mean it, but they didn't show any willingness to grow or learn from their mistakes. They just wanted to do it because it didn't work the last time.
And that's why I think that it's not not try again. I think it's that basically that learn from it and try again, but definitely make sure that changes are made. And if changes aren't made, then definitely find somebody who can.
Right.
Because
and again,
the measure is damn solid. There might be a little bit of stuff that should be changed, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But as far as the way it stands, it can still pass. It's a matter of messaging behind it and the plans behind it of how to actually do it. And while I think there is definitely room to change the current outcome as far as who all is in it, it's a matter of learning kind of where to better, and if it doesn't, give a second chance, but if it does not change, then there is no acceptance of that and finding somebody else, which is actually really hard, because who else are you going to find? You know what I mean? There's not much. But yeah, 49.8 Joe Biden, 48.6 Trump.
I'm having trouble wrapping my head around that, because I expected there to be a slight majority for Trump in the actual vote percentage.
Really?
But yeah,
I was expecting a popular vote for Biden, but a more electoral vote. I was thinking the other way around.
Yeah.
To be honest.
So I've been convinced that Biden's going to get the electoral, but Trump is going to have a slight advantage in the popular.
50% reporting. Small. California went blue, guys. Shocker.
Right. By the way, can we give a shout out to my wife?
Huh?
Oh, Beth.
Why?
Like, because, I mean, just a shout out to her. She was totally cool about it. She's like, so didn't you guys just do a stream yesterday? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, is this the thing that you guys said that we were going to do?
Yesterday.
Or day before
Was it?
yesterday.
Okay.
I
Holy
did. Yeah, I
shit.
fucked myself up there. Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Honestly, a
no,
part of
that-
me is like seriously concerned not going to work tomorrow. I don't know. Like this whole entire planning thing was that. Yeah. Like I was pretty much on the computer for like the last 3 days. Wasn't much
Oh,
of a
man.
break.
But yeah, just wanted to give a shout out to her. She's an absolutely amazing woman, and shout out to your
my
lady
girlfriend.
as well, right?
Yeah.
Seriously, tolerating our shit because they're probably like, didn't you guys just do this a couple days ago? Well,
Yeah. Yeah, so
You're
it's
amazing. We love you and appreciate you.
hell yeah. Alright, so let's see. Arizona called 60-40. I think we already called that one.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if North Dakota doesn't call here, swear to God. Initiative 65, the medical marijuana, not the 65A where it's the terminally ill. 74%, 68% reporting, and 67% for medical marijuana. South Dakota, legalizing. This is the recreational 52.4, and the medical 68.5, 67% reporting. So that's looking like a yes. North Dakota still has not called Measure 2. Poor Measure 2. Really just trampled, destroyed. And New Jersey already called, legalized. Pretty much every single state that had cannabis on the ballot passed. So
That's amazing. I'm
great.
so proud, honestly. Because again, even though we did fail, I'm super proud of everybody else's initiative and their drive and their work and their ability to actually organize and lead and really get into their
Yeah.
communities. Honestly, fucking amazing job. For anybody who sees this, absolutely phenomenal.
Right. And as far as is the thing playing? Okay, I do have background music. And as far as this stream, it will be, I mean, it is a 4.5 hour long stream right now, but we will probably be clipping it up and going from there, just because I'm sure nobody wants to sit and watch 4.5 hours. But super huge thank you to everybody. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. At one point, is it 70% reporting? Oh boy.
Come on. Like literally, I'm sitting here like drooling over that. My wife and I make the dopest chili ever. Okay, beanless
Okay.
chili. Oh, it's so good.
Beanless? Oh yeah, I think I remember you talking about it.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy good. And it gets better the next day after
Yeah.
it's had time to sit and cool.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I've been drooling over it, and I'm just like, okay, North Dakota calls,
Right.
then we can wrap
That's
this
what I've
up,
been waiting.
and then I can go have some chili.
All right. Yeah, I've been pretty
SOS
much.
needs to get off their ass.
I mean, honestly, we might end it into just a little bit longer of a stream, just showing the results. That might be what we end up doing until Measure 2 passes. So yeah, how about we do this? Thank you guys for watching. Again, thank you to everybody. If you guys are still watching, hit the like button. Make sure to sub. We will have Canna Heads on Sunday, 7:30. And then we will also have Canna Talk and D with Wilson on Thursday. So that's November 5th. We'll probably have a lot more solid numbers, obviously, by the 5th. So we got those. And make sure to subscribe to any of the podcasting platforms of your choice here. If you go into the description, let me just show it. Yes, I've been literally had my stream up this entire time. But if you go into here, if you want to watch on Spotify, click that, click that, click that, or click that, and that will take you to podcasting platforms of your choice. Which will have Canna Talk ND with Wilson. The Canna Heads episode should be coming soon, I hope. Again, just actually, first of all, I have to upload it, but I also have to get it approved. So there's that. Yeah, other than that, I will basically keep everything up and cycle through the tabs until North Dakota calls it. So, blame North Dakota for not calling Measure 2, because that is pretty much the main reason why I really wanted to do a stream. I mean, I also wanted to do a stream about cannabis legalization ballots, but that was the one that was going to figure out when we call it, because I knew North Dakota would have been last, considering like the location of everything. So yeah, thank you guys, everybody. You guys have a great rest of your night. Don't get too drunk. Just be happy that most people just want it to be over.
Yep.
And we hope that the outcome is peaceful. And hopefully is the way that you want it to go.
I was actually going to be a smartass and get on here with my shotgun.
Just like no, go total doomsday and just like have like the bandana over your head, like fucking ripped shirt, like it's almost over.
I think tomorrow we should do, I mean, obviously we've done a lot of streaming this last few days, so we should probably do like a, if you're free, like a 30-minute recap or something like that, or a 30-minute catch up.
That actually isn't a bad idea. Yeah, like, because, yeah, streaming is super easy for me, and I can pretty much do it whenever and however I want, but, yeah. Also, a huge shout-out to everybody that came out and viewed. A big reason of why I wanted to do a stream like this as well was the fact that it helps with the algorithm. A small little algorithm rant here. One of the biggest problems with having a cannabis channel is basically never being able to get views. And yeah, it kind of makes it look like you're streaming to nobody, but in quite reality, we've been streaming to quite a lot of people. We've had a high concurrent view count the entire time, which adds to watch time. So, yeah. So yeah, subscribe. And if we do a stream tomorrow, I will schedule it. You'll see if you subscribe and hit the bell, you will know when I stream next. But it'll probably, I think the tomorrow thing is actually a really good idea. I work till 8 tomorrow, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do that. I do have time off, so I might just, not work. Really, I'm slightly considering it. Yeah, so we'll definitely be 7:30 on Sunday. Thursday night, it'll be on the podcasting platforms, Canna Talk ND with Wilson. I'm sure he'll be covering a lot of this. And on Friday is when the stream, is when the video version pops up on YouTube. So, yeah. Other than that, we're just going to keep this up until North Dakota calls it. We might keep this up a little bit further until, I don't know. Actually, almost all the states are reporting. They're starting to report. Okay, Alaska and Hawaii, get your ass up team here.
Seriously, get on it.
But, like, this is really close. This is recount territory. This
Well,
is.
again, Biden started off
It depends on states.
behind on the popular vote and had the electoral, and now he's starting to bump up the popular vote as well. So I honestly, I really see a 2 to 4% space.
Split?
Yeah, more towards 2, but I want to say 2 to 4%, I think.
Can you imagine, like, the next press conference? He's doing a fucking speech tonight. Isn't he?
In Washington?
Is he?
I don't know. Oh no, I watched the news earlier. They're at the White House going through election night.
They're not gonna do they never planned to do a concession speech?
I don't know. I guarantee you, if Biden takes it, and again, he's projected to, I guarantee you Trump is going to be like, nope. Now we got to wait for the mail-in ballots that I said were fraudulent.
Right? Yeah.
See that coming a fucking mile away.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not going to worry too much about Nevada yet.
1% reporting going to Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh boy. They should really have like an overlay for. Huh?
That tells me they're behind. Nevada is behind on mail-in and early voting.
So let's see what Senate is looking like. 42-45. This is actually a really, like, tight race.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I was not expecting. Yeah, I was not expecting Democrats to possibly have taken a majority.
Neither did I. I figure people are going to be so focused on the presidential race that they're not going to really worry about senators or trying to change it. See, that's the biggest thing, is where there may be enough people who are wanting change in the president. A lot of people care more about the presidential vote, so they're just wanting to leave the Senate and House the way that it is until we get through this. I actually talked to a lot of people around where I work that's about how they sound, where they don't want that much change right now, but they want to figure out the presidential election.
I don't know. I think House looks like we could have possibly lost majority in House. I'm not sure how many are up for grabs, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. What are they waiting for? Yeah. All right. We're gonna do the little thingy until North Dakota calls it, but I'll just be jumping through tab for tab. 68%. Come on, guys.
Jesus.
Let's call it. All right. So yeah, we will see you guys. And I'll probably close it out once I finish out the stream. But I'll see you guys on Sunday, 7:30 p.m. And check out Can I Talk and Deal with Wilson on Thursday, 5th, in the afternoon for Spotify, or listen live from 4 to 5 p.m. RadioFreeFargo.org. Yeah, we will see you guys on Sunday.
Thank you guys for watching.
So, yeah. All the results posted in the chat. We're gonna cut this up. Not tonight. Probably like tomorrow or throughout the week. But yeah, it's been great. Thank you guys for all watching. We will see you guys on Sunday, 7:30 p.m. I will see you at least, and Anthony will see you at least. And we will see you guys on Thursday, the 5th. In the afternoon, we'll have it on podcasting platforms and the video form of it on Friday. In the probably like I'll call it at 11:30 probably. So other than that, thank you guys very much. My voice is going. Yeah. All right.